give the person the knowledge and stuff, but they also gave him the faculty, meaning that they couldn't have done it themselves if the parents hadn't given them the ability to do it. So that's what God is saying in Job, that you don't have the ability to question God without God giving you the faculty.
Okay, so why does God inflict the suffering onto Job?
Yeah, he wouldn't even be questioning him if it wasn't for him. If it wasn't for God,
why are there paraplegic people?
Don't run from this. Don't run from this, Machine Eyes. Machine Eyes, why does God?
Because despite all of the suffering of life, it's worth everything, right?
Does God ever give you the faculties to
refuse to die?
Hold on, Machine. Does God ever give you the faculties to understand His plan? Ever?
God gave all of us the faculties to understand all of the plans.
Okay, so now we can understand God.
Does God have power?
So confused.
Do you guys think that God has power?
This is what I'm saying. King. Like, okay, Machine Eyes, like, answer the question.
Hold on. Now you answer my question. No, I answered your question. Now you answer mine.
You
this
answer
is the
my
thing with
question.
Tariq. He doesn't answer questions. I've debated.
No, you didn't answer my question. I literally just answered your question.
I did
so
listen.
What I'm asking you is,
your fucking question. Now you answer my question.
Yeah, you guys had a debate about Christianity versus Muslims.
Yeah. Do we know why God
is God all powerful?
Condone the suffering of? Oh, yes, he is. Okay, I answered your question. Yes, he is. I answered your question. My question is, do we know the reason why God caused the suffering of Job?
That was a pretty good debate, but it turned into just a Trinity debate.
He didn't cause it. He did not cause it. He didn't stop it, but he didn't cause it.
Oh, okay. So one sec. The Lord said to Satan, very well, then everything he has is in your power, but onto the man himself, do not lay a finger. So is this not God saying, yeah, it's okay to take away all the shit? Because like the same, yeah. So like this is what I'm saying. Like this whole thing of like, oh well, God didn't think, like, the whole reason why is because he makes this thing, and then God says to Satan, yeah, go out and
why do you think
this,
Satan went to God? Maybe
so God
Satan was scared.
Yeah. But again, doesn't actually contend with the point. What I'm saying is that like this, like God causes the suffering to Job. So then I asked the question, why does God cause the suffering to Job? And then it's literally, well, we can't even question that. We don't even know why, even though it's literally in the very first page of the book, why God condones, or whatever word you want to use, in terms of this suffering to Job. We know why it is. But you guys go into this whole thing of like, well, we can't actually know what God's true intentions are, and God works in mysterious ways, and like all these non-answers, when we can just read the book and say, yeah, it's literally a bet or a test of faith for Job. Which is
nobody said. I didn't hear anybody say that there's no reason behind it. Yeah.
In the end, Job knew he was going to be rewarded blindly because that's what God told him, and then that goes to Satan's credit, because Satan said he doesn't question you as long as he has these things. You took him away, he questioned you. You gave him back, he stopped questioning you.
Exactly.
Good faith. Did he tell Job that he would be rewarded in the end?
No, Satan tells.
Don't worry.
Satan tells God.
What I say.
I mean,
Satan tells God the only reason why he will worship you is because you give him things. So God takes away the things. Then Job starts the question, and he's like, "Oh, well, this doesn't make any sense." And then God gives him back the stuff, and then everyone's like,
you just assume that. Yeah, you just assume that whoever gave you the faculty to question owes you an explanation. I mean, it doesn't stand to reason why that's necessary.
No, Machine. What I'm saying is we have the explanation. It's at the start of the fucking book. Stop acting like we don't have the explanation when we do have the explanation.
No. You guys.
What's the explanation? What's the explanation that you're giving?
It was a test of faith. It was a bet between God and Satan. That's why.
No. You said it was a bet, and everybody disagreed with that. It's not a bet at all. So you're fucking.
Or a test of faith. A test of faith. It's the same fucking meaning.
No, it's not
the same.
So it's not a test of faith.
Fucking things.
So that's not a test of faith.
Test of faith and bet are two different things.
Okay, so what's the difference?
I guess you could argue it's a bet over Job's soul.
Yeah,
exactly. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is how disingenuous conversation is. Like, well, it's not technically a bet. It's a test of faith.
Well,
even if we say test of faith, it's the same meaning.
Is that
one sec, Machine?
What
you're saying is we don't know why.
Soul. He's not assuming that God is all powerful. Right? So if God is all powerful, then he has the ability to do this.
I said that.
He has the capacity to do this. You know, and if there's a soul, then it's not over after the earthly injustices are done. I mean, right? There's still a whole nother plane where this is happening. I mean, right? That you're not even considering.
No, again, what
He
I
was
kept
considering the
asking you was
material plane, but
And,
God
and,
considered
and in
what is
my
more than
mind,
what
the
is the
reason why I
reason?
say it's not a bet is because it's not a bet if I already know that the dice are going to land on 7 every time. Like,
Okay, yeah, but we can just say test of faith then.
it's not even a test of fate. It's just
Okay.
like
Right, but that
You
just
see
goes
how
back to
you see how we
what
have to
the
define this like
Gnostic
in such a way that it doesn't make God look bad. It's like, oh well, it's not a bet, it's not a bet.
make
you
God
test the
look
faith
bad. I
bet,
don't care,
whatever.
bro.
Yeah,
I
but
just
whatever
said,
you want to call it, JS.
I just
Whatever
said,
you want to
I
call
just
it.
said the Bible condones slavery. I'm not scared of making God look
Yeah.
bad to the world.
But this
I'm
but
saying
the
you're
others are, but
wrong.
this is what I'm
and that
saying.
Satan is not the good guy in this story, and God is the bad guy.
Wait,
I don't think
so
you
and Shiva
I don't think
have
you
the
have any
same
understanding of what good and evil really are. You think you do, but you don't.
God owns
Okay.
Teriak, but I bet Teriak won't admit to it. He owns you.
Well, it depends on
I
what you mean
wouldn't
by
say
God.
evil, dude. Hold on,
It depends on what you mean by God.
I didn't hear specifically. I didn't hear Teriak say that he thought Satan was the good guy.
That
just
was
thought- he
well.
just
That's
said
what
that-
he. That's
what
what
he
he
insinuated.
messaged me
Oh, he
and
said-
said.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's what he messaged you. I
That's-
was gonna say
that's his
I can
argument
make that
here.
case.
Yeah,
the only premise I was gonna say is all he's saying is that in this specific story, Satan was correct. Not
But that's
he's
what I'm
a
saying,
good
King.
guy.
how was Satan
The
correct?
word Satan is
Satan was
not what they
wrong.
have, the image they have in their head. When I say Satan, the image in their head is like the robot devil.
Wait.
Right?
How
That's,
was
that's their image.
how was
When
Satan
I'm using
correct?
Let me ask-
Satan, when
let
I'm
me
using
ask Terry
Satan,
a
I'm just
question.
using the word simply adversary. The one who opposes.
The accuser.
Satan was correct because in the end, God rewarded him.
Yeah.
He knew God would reward him because he had faith.
And not only
That's
that,
not what
not only
Satan
that,
said. No,
people who
no,
read the
no,
story
no,
will
hold on,
justify
hold on.
God's actions
No,
because God gave everything back at the end.
No. The ending part. Take the ending totally out of the story. Satan said, "If I test Job, he will turn against you," and Job never does. He curses his own life. He curses the earth, but he never curses
But
God.
why doesn't he go? Why doesn't he turn against God, Jay? Why?
Because he loves God. Because he knows
That
the
in
truth.
the end, that he knows that in the end, he will be rewarded.
He doesn't know that. Like dude,
What are you talking about?
he doesn't know the
Yeah, I'm
future.
saying-
Job
what are you-
can't
what are you
see the
talking about?
future.
What
Job
are you
can't see the
talking about?
future.
JS, what are you talking about? Every Christian knows that in the end they will be rewarded.
With what?
Everlasting life.
With eternal
Eternal
life.
life,
You know
yeah.
that we're talking about the book of Job, which takes place before Moses. They didn't know. They didn't know that Jesus was going to come and give us eternal salvation. They didn't know any of that.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
Pulling
know.
Jesus into the story now.
I don't know the book. I'll admit that. I don't know the book. I'm just going.
I didn't bring
off of the
Jesus into
story
the
that I've
story. I
seen.
said they didn't know that was going to happen in the future. We don't see the future. So if Job is a real man, all he knows is I praise God and I have a great life. Now all of a sudden I'm praising God and my life sucks.
And-
His
and
family
then they were
dies.
judged by
He
their
doesn't
works,
curse
right?
God. His wife dies. He doesn't curse God. His kids die. He doesn't curse God. He loses his farm. He doesn't curse God. Then he gets plague, and now
After this,
now
Job
he's physically
opened his
ill,
mouth and the
he's
curse
falling
the day
over,
of his birth.
and now he starts to say, "I wish I was dead." And why are you doing this to me, God? And God says, Job, I'm in charge here. And you don't understand these things. You don't understand why the universe works the way it does. Just keep having faith. And Job keeps having faith. And then all of that stuff is healed and he gets back more. He doesn't
having
know.
faith
Which
in
is
what?
doesn't
which is
know-
what
Hold on.
Satan's point is.
Having
Which
faith
is
in
what the
what?
That's
adversary's
not
point is.
Satan's point.
Is that it does not matter what this leader does, so long as they give you things, you will worship them.
No.
You will
Right,
never
that's my
question
point.
them, so long as they
He-
give you
God-
things.
you
You're
You said God
dodging.
told it. You said God told Job to have faith. Have faith in what?
In me, in him. I am in him.
Right. That I will what? That I will take care of you. Right?
He doesn't say that exactly. It's actually pretty
No, but
harsh. He kind of just says, "Don't worry about it."
Yeah, just don't question God. That's what God's saying. Don't question me.
Yeah. And Job,
But we know why.
and Job,
but we know
and
why God
Job,
caused suffering.
and Job follows that, not knowing whether he's going to die tomorrow or not, and he reaps the benefits. Satan never said that. That was not part of the deal. The Job getting back double was not part of the deal. Satan says, if I take everything Job has, he will curse you. And God says, okay, go ahead and take everything he has, but don't touch him. And so Satan takes everything he has, and Job doesn't curse God. And then Satan crawls.
One sec.
Hold on. No,
Job does say, Job does
finish.
say, after this, Job opened his mouth and cursed the day of his own birth.
He cursed his life. He doesn't curse God.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he curses God for being
I
born.
have it open to that page right here. Look, it's all I got it already.
Yeah. He doesn't. He's suffering so bad. He's like, I didn't even want to be born.
That's you're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead.
I'm not jumping ahead.
You are jumping ahead because first the tornado hits, or I say tornado, but it doesn't say tornado, but basically a windstorm knocks over Job's house. His family dies. He loses his farm, and Job's fine at that point. He's a little upset, but he's fine. Then Satan comes back again a second time, and he says, well, you didn't let me touch Job. Can I touch Job? Can I do something to Job? And God says, you know what? Job got this. My boy Job got this. He ain't gonna waver. Go ahead. Give him leprosy. And then Satan gives Job leprosy. And Job is laying on the ground. His skin's rotting off of him. He's lost his family. He's lost his kids. He's lost his house. And then at that point, Job curses his own life. He doesn't curse God. He curses his own life. He says, why am I alive? God, why did you put me here to go through this? And God says, Job, you're not in control. I'm in control. I got this. Have faith. And Job has faith. And then in the end, Job is rewarded twice what he lost. Job, Satan, that's not part of the bet that you're talking about. That's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, good argument.
Were they not
Yeah,
judged by their works?
Like I said, the main. Okay.
You
Go
say,
ahead.
I mean, you say blind faith, but it's actually just a pretense to knowledge that you have, right? Because the fact is that, like, say there's a monastery, right? And there's like a father there, right? And he gives one of his monks money to distribute to the poor, right? And the guy gives, he finds 3 people, and he gives one guy a lot, he gives another guy a little, and he gives another guy a medium amount. What's wrong with what he did?
I'm not sure how this relates to what we're talking about with Job.
Well, just answer his question.
No, technically, don't know. There's nothing wrong with what he done. And
So if God has given people faculties to perceive and question reality, and he gives one guy a lot, gives another guy a little, and gives another guy a medium amount, what's the problem with that? How's it unjust?
I just said there's no problem with that. And how does this
So
relate to Job?
what's the problem that you have with what God's doing?
Yeah, so we go back to Job, and then I say the only reason why you're worshiping God is because you think he'll give you things, which is what Satan says in the story. And then we get into one sec.
That's actually a really good point. I like that.
We get in
worship him. That's the whole fucking point of the story that you're missing.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of the story that you fucking miss.
It's constant interruption when I'm in the middle of making a fucking point.
Yeah,
and I listen to that whole fucking story and I don't interrupt.
You've been speaking right now for 20 minutes and I've been quiet, dude.
This is
the first time I say one thing.
I actually haven't been speaking.
Now you keep constantly interrupting me.
You've had the pool.
Do you want to continue? Do you want to continue?
All right,
I've answered multiple questions.
I asked one fucking question and this guy keeps interrupting me. But all right.
No, that's actually a good point because it's like
I answered your question in good faith.
Okay,
the people who are gonna have faith in God and serve God.
What's your issue?
Yeah, you could be a bitch or you could talk about the issue.
Why are you getting pissed off? Why are you getting pissed off?
Yeah, you're acting like a little bitch and everybody sees it, dude.
How am I acting like a little bitch?
Why can't you answer the question? Why don't you talk about the issue that I just
go?
Why don't you answer the question of the issue that I just fucking raised you?
I did. I'll explain what just happened. Basically, what happened was Machine Life gave this whole analogy of like, okay, like there's this monastery, and then the father gives the students.
What he's saying is that the people
he distributes them, and then he distributes them unevenly. Is there anything wrong with that? And then I say no, and then I start to to tie it back to like what we're talking
you
about with
got
Job, and then you interrupt me. Yeah,
I
so
think,
as I was
what
relating
he's
this,
getting at is
yeah.
that the people that
So
have
as-
faith in God and are children of God are going to serve God regardless of whether they have a little or a
yeah. So
medium
can
or
I
a
can I explain
lot.
the counterpoint now? Can I explain the counterpoint?
Go ahead.
So this is completely unrelated to Job, because what we see in Job is this guy has things. Satan walks along and says the only reason why he's worshiping you or he's so like righteous and all stuff is because he has all these things. So then they go away, they take away all this shit, and then Job starts to question God. It's like I don't deserve this bullshit
Yeah,
punishment.
you're wrong about that.
And
He
then
never questioned God.
one sec.
So,
See
so
what
we
I'm
already
saying?
went
See what I'm
through
saying
that.
about the
JS
interruption?
just proved you
See
wrong
what I'm
about
saying?
that. He just proved you fucking
See
wrong
what I'm
about
saying?
Amon Hillman is right now.
But if it's not part of the atheist code of Austin, generally you're gonna be influenced not by Abrahamic culture that you might as well converge into an Abrahamist, unless you're a polytheist of some kind. But then again, just a lot of Abrahamists that are kind of polytheistic because they have their angels and their saints and their idols. So it's
I think Abrahamic is such a broad label that it really means nothing, right? Because if you're talking about Jews, Christians, and Muslims, then you can basically add any belief you want.
yeah,
Because
pretty close.
that's a broad enough philosophy to add. Like you could have God be either more deist or more of a personal being, depending on whether you go from Jew to Muslim.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it's literally you could allow for so much nonsense, right? So I think that's terribly imprecise, right?
Yeah,
You know,
but religion's imprecise anyway, so I'm not upset with it. I mean, the atheist code of Austin's definitely they're fundamentalists. They're fundamentalist, anti-Christian. It's like so they're more Christian than you use, I would say, because they're fundamentalist, anti-Christian. They read the Bibles every day to say how bad it is.
well, I mean, it could be argued that atheism would be impossible without Christianity, right?
I would argue that.
Because it's like who allowed them to be atheists?
Exactly.
Right? Like they could have just said, like, if you're atheist, we'll just kill you or remove you from the society.
But yeah, who allowed you to be atheists? They're talking about God more than they do in church.
Right.
Your language betrays you. I mean, because God didn't exist, why bother talking about him? And they don't just kind of talk about him. They talk about him every single day. They have shows every single day. On Sunday, I have shows going on like 7 hours straight. So
yeah, definitely, James. He was no, but I was saying he was talking with some of the ortho bros, namely Chris Lestrange.
Yeah, I know him.
But yeah, J.S. Urban is not really an ortho bro. He's more sophisticated with his arguments. He's more of like a Protestant. Or I think he's more influenced by studying the Bible himself. I don't think he necessarily believes in the Trinity either, and he definitely doesn't believe in free will. So he's a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't believe in either of those things, Trinity or free will. Isaiah 45 and Romans 9 downs that notion, and it's really, I don't know where people like Illuma Tommy and I get their free will, the notion of free will from, but it's not the Bible.
Yep.
Because neither of them cite any Bible verses to support their claim. It's just a cultural artifact.
Well, Chris Lestrange, he literally said, well, you can only go to the church to have them interpret the scripture for you. So I think he's an ortho bro for sure. Right?
Yes, he is an ortho bro. Which they say Gutenberg press bad, only let your church daddy interpret the Bible for you.
But I'm not sure with the other guys that were there for sure. James Life Talks. But yeah, we're also on Twitch. What the hell?
Yeah, we're on Twitch.
Holy
Might as-
smokes!
Might as well be on Twitch as a video game stream.
Yeah, I mean, wow, you're really taking advantage of the multi-platform thing here. That's
Heck
incredible.
yeah. I like getting leverage. You know me. But
Yeah, we are the Machine Lives. We're on YouTube for the people that are out there. You know, and yeah, we do a show on Wednesday night and Saturday night. We usually talk about technology, spirituality, philosophy, religion, science, history of philosophy, history of science, history of religion, that sort of thing.
welcome, James. Life Talks.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, blessings, James. Good to talk to you again.
Yes, sir. I
Welcome.
don't know if
What's
I-
up, Cynthia?
What's up, Cynthia?
Hey, Cynthia.
Hello.
What's up, homies?
I
I heard
don't
what you said
know if I-
about chones. That was funny. Chones.
I won't share my chonies.
I won't share my chones. Yeah, I didn't know that what that word meant, but yeah, blessings.
Thank you. Yeah, that's always a thing. Chonies.
Yeah, I like learning new words.
How's everybody's Saturday going? Hope it's Saturday where y'all are.
It is Saturday where I am. Unfortunately, this is my last day of my vacation, but I want to get something done, not do more useless drama that doesn't get resolved. I'm going to play a video game instead because at least I can win it.
Yeah, Hank was saying he was unimpressed with Tarek's showing earlier.
Oh yeah. Well, he's really on a little mission to kick up chaos.
Well,
And
he just started streaming out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere. I mean, so
Well,
I
that's
like
interesting
having
move.
his own show.
It wasn't on nowhere. It's just he couldn't get the airtime he wanted on other people's shows, mainly OTW show because OTW
Oh, yeah.
is a clown.
Well, I think it's because he started platforming Snafu again. So he's like, all right, I'm just gonna start my own fucking show at this point.
Yeah, that too. And I'm still waiting for YouTube payday to find out if OTW forks over money to Officer Snaps. I just had to wait for Snaps to brag about it if he gets it, or complain about it if he doesn't get it. So it's gonna come out at around June 22nd, anyways.
Because I feel like that's what Sasquatch was going up there to do. He was trying to be like, you shouldn't platform Snafu.
Yes,
'Cause He
exactly.
tried to throw a monkey wrench in the whole show. He's like, look, he's like, why is this guy calling me a PDF? So
Exactly.
that's just what this dude does, though.
Yeah.
You know, like, why ask why?
But am I the only one that correlates his brain injury with being infected and dirty as to his outburst behavior?
Dirty? What do you mean dirty?
Like if you have wounds and you don't take care of them, they become infected, they become pus, they become crusty.
I don't
Like,
know. The human body is tenacious. I mean, you could sustain tons of injuries. But have you heard of like Phineas Gage or whatever?
Yes.
The what?
Phineas Gage?
Yeah, he got a railroad spike to his head and his personality changed.
Yeah, he became a totally different person.
How do we know Snaps isn't a totally different person? Like, did you?
We don't.
I don't know.
All we know is who he is now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you see when he puts his head down or turns it, you can see how it's caved up top. Have y'all seen
I
that?
don't know. I never saw that. Though.
Yeah.
I never saw that.
It looks like, it's indented in.
Yeah, that makes me feel real bad for him. But yeah, the thing is that people are, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily chalk that up to like OTW.
Oh
You
no,
know.
no.
Because it's like OTW, he's on another kick where he's like, I don't think that's necessarily why OTW News is having him on or why he's the only one to have Snafu on. I
He's
think it's
Joker
because,
maxing. OTW's Joker maxing.
exactly, he's Joker maxing. Yeah, exactly, Hank. Yep.
What's Joker maxing?
Explain it, Hank.
Yeah,
You know,
so
it's
pretty
pretty simple.
much. Yeah, so pretty much he's just making messes. He's just trying to have a circus instead of doing anything productive. He's just stirring up chaos for his own entertainment. Just want to watch the world burn. That's all.
He's following his daddy Paul too. So,
Yes, Pussy Paul. I don't call Paul a daddy. He doesn't act like a daddy. It's like Snafu's both of their daddies as far as
No,
I'm
but
concerned.
no, but what I mean by that is that Paul and Slave literally had the circus tent in the background with Snafu. So like he literally did that. He literally did the whole. He literally did what OTW is doing now.
He had the music.
Yeah, so this was like a year ago. It's like we're seeing the same shit from a year ago, just on a different channel. Probably because Paul and Slave said, "Look, this is the path you need to go to grow your shit. You need to engage the shit, go up." Because you remember when OTW came out yesterday? He came out with his hair out, with the sunglasses on and shit. This motherfucker was a whole new motherfucker. Like this dude was a whole new human. I was like, what? Who is this dude for real? You know what I'm saying?
He's been activated. I keep telling y'all, he's been activated.
He was trying to be the Machine Lives. It was super weird and creepy. I mean, he was like, he came out with the sunglasses on, you know, with the hair and everything. I was like, this is so weird. Like, why is it? You know, even Tommy was trying to be the Machine Lives with the sunglasses. And then Toilet Bowl Earth put the sunglasses on. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. The copycats.
How you know they're copycatting you though?
Oh man, a couple of them admitted it. Real talk. They even played clips of me while they were doing it. Real talk.
Okay, now that makes
Yeah.
more sense.
Yeah, they made clips of me, like they made clips of me like with the sunglasses and other guys wearing sunglasses. Like they made it super obvious that that's why they were doing it.
Wait a minute. So they said it though.
Yeah, one of them said it. Yeah, EBT and TVE even said it. They're like, yeah, we're just making fun of this dude. I mean, or like, you know, they want to wear my skin or whatever. But I feel like it's just a coincidence that all these motherfuckers started wearing sunglasses on their shows. I mean, all of a sudden.
Yeah, I started wearing my sunglasses when Arpo told me to. I thought it was a good idea. So, and now they make clips of your show when you asked me to. So far, so
swagger jackers.
Yep.
Got one more there, Hank.
Yes, I do. Did I beat this level?
So what is this? What's the point of this game, Hank?
Ending wars.
By the way, my show was the main show for Illumitami. You remember that, Hank?
Yes, I remember that.
Oh yeah, you could still find hours of Illumitami on my show.
Yeah, and Pussy Paul came on a couple of times. The best legitimate people. Pretty much, I kind of cleaned up your show, and now you don't want to come there anymore, which is good.
I mean, I didn't clean it up. I just started talking about something different. They don't want to talk about what I want to talk about. That's them. That's not me. It's my motherfucking show.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that flattery is a form of, imitation is a form of like flattery?
Absolutely.
So COTW, they want to be you. Machine Lies, TML, all of y'all on these initials.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's not even that they want to be me. It's more that people have an obsession. I'm like Tommy yesterday, where he was like playing that. Like I saw you on that where he was playing me like stuttering or whatever, like acting like that's always how I talk.
Oh, right? Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so the game is like to prove just because Tommy talks fast, he's actually saying smart shit. that's not true. Yeah. He's actually dumb as a fucking rock, and he's repeating himself all the time. Right? Whereas I say new shit all the time, right? And I never stutter. It's just he wants to pretend like I'm dumb. Illuma Dummy's one of the dumbest people I've met out here. Real talk. And Hank is one of the smartest. Real talk.
No, for real. Everybody sleeps on Hank.
Yeah, that's why I keep telling you, OTW is not the monster you should be worried about. He's just a clown.
I'm definitely not worried about him. I like seeing him activated. I like seeing him get into his creative bag and using that. There's nothing worse than a wasted talent, of having a talent and not using it. So if getting him roused up, gets him making music, even TML just said he came out a different person. Yeah. To me, he was in his Carlos Santana bag.
Yeah, I like when he's a minstrel making music. But when he runs his clown show, he can't keep it under control.
But those AI songs, they got to go.
He says that they're not AI. And I think that he would say if he used AI or not.
Really?
No, he said he'll lie for an advantage too. So
You're right about that. I don't know.
and if the AI sounds, I don't mind. It's just a tool to me, so I don't care if he has AI songs.
I like AI. I embrace it, but I'm not replacing my friends for it.
I'm just I'm just not ready to use it for art, like human art, please. You know, it's way better.
I wouldn't say human art's. Yeah, I would say human art's better. Yeah, human art is better.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for like a sudden quick SketchUp, but human art is better.
Music is art, and if you're stuck in a rut and AI helps you get out of it, awesome.
Yeah, it's just like a search engine. It's a search a souped up search engine. I don't really have a problem with that. But I think the Shrinks do. The Shrinks actually do have a problem with that because it really competes with them. I think a healthy game with GG had two more psychotherapists on to comment on ChatGPT's answers, and ChatGPT was outperforming them, and that kind of made them upset. And
but I'll tell you right now, there's never like it'll be 10 years before they bring the type of music I have on my show. Real talk. It'll be like 10 fucking years before they get to they're not gonna get to the level. Like I literally made my own fucking mixes. I mean, right? And it's a literal brand new motherfucking genre. Combining electronic and underground hip hop. It's totally a new thing. Right?
15 years.
Yeah, motherfuckers literally made a new genre for this show, nigga.
Like 15 years, not 10. I'm gonna say 15. So we won't be seeing it till in the mainstream till it's 2025 now. So 2040.
Oh.
Sand Ninjas on another level. Sand Ninjas have been unleashed.
Tarek believes if he talks fast, that means he's smart too. Hi, Jessica.
No, there's no way any of these Sand Ninjas, any of these Negroids, any of these honkies, any of these Chinese are going to have anything on the Machine Labs. It literally combines every race, every religion. I mean, we got every motherfucking religion in that bitch.
But did you invent your own religion yet?
What's EDM?
EDM is like electronic dance music is what it stands for.
What about Zap and Roger? Computer Love.
That's the shit. That's awesome.
That was early EDM in its infancy stages.
No, I think like Cybotron is early EDM, right?
Oh,
like techno, right?
Like who techno?
Like
you remember like the 80s and the 70s, all of the funk bands. Would that be techno?
I mean, if you're looking at like Professor Professor X, like the Arabian Prince, like that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like Arabian Prince and Cybertron and stuff that was coming out in the 70s that was mixing like funk and electronic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that stuff is basically, like that's the beginning of EDM. It started in Detroit, and then house music started in Chicago, right?
Mm.
So yeah, it's interesting history. And I think Arabian Prince and all those guys, they were in California.
Are y'all both playing these games or just Hank?
No, only Hank is playing the game. Yeah,
just Hank. Yeah.
Huh.
I'm not even sure they even know where to buy the game.
Bronze Boy says, I grew up listening to 70s funk, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, for sure. And Blondie. I felt like Blondie is like one of the first rappers that introduced rap in her songs.
Yeah, I mean, jazz and hip hop wouldn't even be a thing without Jewish people.
Really?
Wild stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
like
really.
Jews
Jewish people part of the rock too?
I mean, I don't know that much about that, but I know definitely like jazz and hip hop, like they wouldn't be a thing without Jews.
Yeah, they need blacks for the rock and roll and blues. So,
well, I feel like rock and roll. I feel like rock and roll like that. You know, gosh, who's the group that I'm Multi Crew? All of those guys.
I feel like rock and roll was basically more just black people.
Yep.
No, I feel like it merged into hip hop. Like rock and roll turned hip hop. Remember the 80s bands with the big hair and the tight pants and everything?
Yeah, you're talking about Africa Bambaataa because he was a punk. Yeah, because Africa Bambaataa talked to Malcolm McLaren. See, this is a huge thing where it started, where the EDM thing led to the. You know what I mean? Because see, when they did the song Planet Rock, right? That's Trans Europe Express by Kraftwerk, the German band, right? Another techno band, right?
Mhm.
So if you get the history there, even it's crazy. You know, are you familiar with Kraftwerk?
No.
Oh man, you got to look up Kraftwerk. You got to look up the band Cybotron.
Is it C or K? Kraft.
Kraftwerk is Kraftwerk,
Mhm.
and then Cybotron is Cybotron. Cybotron. Okay, so these are big time influences, right? So they basically started techno, what is called techno, historically speaking, right?
When
and then
the 70s?
Yeah. Actually, Juan Atkins, who made the band Cybotron, right? I believe he was a Hispanic gentleman living in Detroit, right? He's basically the guy who invented the word techno.
Oh.
Yeah, he coined the term, by the way.
Hey, on Draft Punk, who's that guy that there's a guy on one of his songs that talks about his music and how
Daft Punk, you mean?
Who?
Daft Punk. Not
You're
Daft
talking
Punk.
about
Yeah, and he talks about how he did his music and he was like one of the founders of it.
Yeah, you're talking about the guy who did the theme of Coast to Coast AM.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Coast to Coast AM theme. Yeah, hold on. It's called like Reroder or something. Mario Reroder or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Chase, Giorgio Moroder.
Yeah,
Yeah, Giorgio Moroder. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. My dad.
That's another huge influencer, but I don't know if Giorgio Moroder, like honestly, like I think Kraftwerk and Cybotron are deeply influential. You know?
Okay, I'm definitely gonna check them out. Brown's
Yeah,
boy.
Giorgio Moroder too, but yeah.
Brown's boy says my dad was a professional guitarist and also did weddings. My grandfather was a fiddle player.
You also seen that that thing from Clockwork Orange, the Moog synthesizer that was used in the movie.
You know? Oh,
yeah, Brownsboro looks like he'd be a guitarist. At least the last time he appeared on a panel.
My son had a band, but they've officially debanded. They told me last week.
Did he get a record deal or something?
No, they just did local events in Austin. They have cassette tapes. They drop cassette tapes.
Why would you do that when you could do digital download on Bandcamp?
I think they have digital, but I think they did the cassette tapes as their show as just a novelty thing, and there was one of their fans that did it for them, so they went with it.
That makes sense.
So cassette players are back, and you know how much those little portable Walkmen are going for now? 100, 150.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, you could. Is it reasonable? It depends how many features. I mean, you can get phones for less than that. So,
well, they people want to get away from the digital and go back to the cassette tapes.
A record player sounds better.
I have a record player too.
But then it gets kind of like a digital format, anyways. Record streams a digital format.
There's just something about putting a record on in the mornings that just sets the mood for the day. Do you play any instruments, Hank?
No, I got this keyboard like a year and a half ago. I still don't know how to use it.
I played saxophone in school.
I have a go. It's on my this lives on my desk. Let me blow myself up. It lives on my desk. I play around for a couple times a week. I still know how to use it. So
Nice.
yeah, got Casio Tone SA51. That's what yeah.
Do you name it?
No, that's the normal name of it when you buy it. So
I named it. Get out of here! You're a bad girl. Bad girl.
Do you have a cat or something?
My dog.
Oh, okay.
She got into the trash while I went out for a walk this morning.
Yeah, I combined a lot of experimental hip hop with 8-bit soundtracks, like from this game. But this game is not really music; it's just the sounds of the little character walking or whatever.
Right. I love to score shit. I love that shit more than anything else when I'm making videos. Is the little sound effects that people don't even know I put in there.
Yeah, this thing has a music editor built into it. I actually have not opened it yet. But I probably will soon because at least Enchant soundtrack is garbage. It has to be redone.
You're a bad girl. Go away.
Yeah, there's this one game I really like that nobody really plays called Atomicrops. You should check it out, Hank. It's one of the dopest, honestly. Atomicrops. It's like high score type of game where you play like 4 rounds a piece, and you have to like farm and also like upgrade your weapons and shit. It's fucking crazy, and it's like the nuclear like a nuclear holocaust about to happen, so you need to like save all the like you had to like farm and harvest all this shit before the nuclear holocaust. Called Atomicrops.
Yeah, we're gonna share the screen. That's a verified. It's a great game. So when you say Atomic Cross, you mean this one?
Oh yeah, yeah. This is the game. Yeah, this is such an excellent fucking game. It's like Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but also with like farming and like it's got high scores. It's the fucking shit. Like, this game is so fun.
Is it similar to Plants vs Zombies? No,
I've never played that one.
Oh, it's different. This is a.
Oh, it's totally like you gotta like get into it a couple of times. It's like a shooter plus farming. You know, it's like crazy. It's like you gotta protect the farm. I mean, it's wild shit.
Yeah, it's a same concept, different genre game as Plants vs Zombies. Plants vs Zombies is a tower defense. This one is a shooter, action shooter.
Yeah. Let's
see if it's on. Let me check on the night that it's on itch. I don't have a Steam account yet. I mean, I don't really like their terms of service, but they're doing so much good for Linux gaming. I may get a Steam account, or maybe I'll get a corporation fixed and put the Steam account in the corporation. I can still have it for a job, but I'll think about it. Because one more thing, Gambino's coming out with a game soon that I want to play. Let me go to that one. It's on this time course on it, but there's another game I want to promote. Paradoxal. Yeah, Paradoxal. This is from the creator Gambino. He makes very good, fun YouTube shorts. He's making this in Flash. But this is his dream RPG. I will definitely promote it. I'll get to it and play it somehow. But I will recommend it based on his credibility so far with his other content. But yeah. Any other game recommendations we have right now?
I don't play games.
Yeah, I haven't played a lot of games other than Minecraft and Atomicrops for a long time, and yeah, I think that was like maybe essentially because I was spending a lot of time hanging out with my wife. I mean, ever since like we've been separated, it's basically like I don't really play video. I don't really, she used to play a lot of video games, so it's mostly that.
Yep. But I'm playing the video games that change our culture. I want to get away from looping and to getting something done. So, and I think it's working. I mean, I'm running a panel distracted and nothing's happening. And if you might accuse you of being authoritarian, then you're right. But I'll do the needful.
I really don't play games. I do puzzles and I sew and I do crafts. Like
Yeah.
my hands.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is like that's mainly what Abby does too. But I feel like a game is almost very similar. Like especially in terms of Minecraft, like the shit she would make in Minecraft would be very similar to like the beads and the sewing shit. Right?
Right.
I would
Because
say
she wouldn't play the game, she would just play creative and just make things. Right?
Yeah, I would say it's the same thing, except the game's it's easier to clean up because it's just bits in on the RAM or bits on the hard drive. So it's just easier to clean up. Then you can just kind of simulate way more space.
Oh yeah,
and it's just cheaper.
Definitely cheaper and definitely easier to clean up. I just work so much. Like I work 10-hour days. My shifts are 10 hours. I don't want to sit in front of a computer if I don't have to.
I understand that. I mean, this is my last day of vacation. I'm doing this because I'm tired of drama BS. Whoops. But if I had to be at a computer, I wanted to at least get something done instead of loop.
I mean, yesterday was powerful experience we had. I don't know if you were there, Hank, but you know, we had Frank Monday, we had Denizen.
Yeah, what I hear about this. What happened?
What do you mean?
At Jack's, like people are really talking about it, and Chuck is saying he's made the decision to never go back. And
I'm not talking about that. I was talking about just the me and Denizen and Frank reading Nietzsche on my show, but yeah, Hank. But yeah, I think I saw some of that with Chuck and old Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I saw some of what you're talking about for sure, Cynthia.
Yeah, I saw some of that. It's funny how Chuck's the center of it, but at the same show, I pretty much mirrored back Jack's living without fear and showed him that even by his standard, he's not living up to it. So
I think old Joe's onto something. And honestly,
with what?
Yeah, old Joe's onto something for sure. He was even on this show today. But go ahead and continue your point.
Well, it just seemed like Flow State and Sasquatch were not seeing what Joe's seeing. I think Joe's seeing things clearly, honestly.
What is Joe seeing?
Yeah, elaborate.
He's seeing the pattern about the non-resolution stance and that it's for content. So he saw through all of that. He understands that the purpose of it is for content, and he affirmed that with them, and then he just moved on. So I applaud old Joe for sure for seeing through it all.
Yeah, I think about that too when I look at Jack. Like, is this content? But
come on. I think Flow State knows because he went over to his house, then they got mad at each other, and then they're back on the panel, and then he's saying it's fake again. It's all just it just goes back and forth so many fucking times. And it's like, did you motherfuckers forget like what happened last week?
Hey,
or you know, are you guys just faking? It's clear that they're not dumb people. They're faking.
Yeah, and I'm explaining it too. You go, Cynthia. You go.
You don't think to some degree Jack really does like kind of like he's just stuck in this familiar place and just like this one moment over and over again, he's just stuck in it. And then
no, it's not just Jack. It's not just Jack. It's Jack. It's Chuck. It's Flow State. It's all of them.
That they do.
They're all stuck. They're all stuck. It's not just Jack, Cynthia. They're all stuck in the same place. Do you not see that?
All right, I see. I mean, I'm looking at what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, they're all going back. They're all doing the same thing over and over. So I think, I mean, and there's old Joe. Blessings, old Joe. Yeah, totally, man. Totally correct last night.
Old Joe, do you have time to come back up?
My new DJ name is Sinful. Sinful, even though
That's kind of weird from the Christian angle, honestly.
I know that's what y'all would think, right? But see, it's
Oh, I get it. It's a flip because you're all sinful. So, oh yeah, I get it.
no,
Yeah.
and I get it. Like I'm full, like sin's full. I'm full of love. I'm full of blessings. I'm full. Sin's full. But y'all, yeah, people see it as that.
That's hilarious. Oh, Joe, welcome back.
We need to normalize. Hey, like we need to acknowledge when we are full instead of always lacking. Like flip the way you look at things.
Yep. But
How's everybody doing?
Hi, Ojo.
Yeah, I'm doing great,
Hello.
my friend. How about you?
Oh, great to see you. Yeah, I'm doing fabulous. Rainy weather here today, so I can't do yard work.
Oh.
So you guys were speaking about Jack and the other Panelverse hosts. It's interesting, isn't it? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Oh, well, I was applauding you for seeing through the constant negative feedback loop that's perpetuated for content. Right. So I think
That's
that
funny, isn't it?
you're definitely correct on that. And then I think that Flow State and Sasquatch try to, they try to pin it all on Jack, but it's obvious that they're participating as well. But, yeah.
Yes, but I get to get away scot-free because how they get? Oh, because I'm using the loop. I'm stealing energy out of the loop because I actually want to get somewhere. I'm stealing energy out of the loop, and I get away scot-free.
Yes,
So,
and
like,
Hank's. Yes, and Hank's Hank's overtly participating.
Yes, I'm
instead of covertly.
Yes, so like what I want to do with Jack is to demonstrate this guru culture. I don't like this guru culture because it promotes stuff that doesn't work. So I will reflect the stuff that I think doesn't work right back at Jack and had him go ahead and curse it out. So to encourage everyone else to avoid it as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that surprises me about me, Hank, and Old Joe is our sort of is our overt participation instead of our covert participation in what is the negative feedback loop for content, so to speak. I mean, as I phrased it, I mean, and that may be imprecise phrasing, but yeah.
So welcome, Denizen, and Venus is Right music always lags 20 years behind.
Can y'all explain the overt and covert and what any other vert that needs to be explained?
Yeah, it's either you're knowingly participating or you're acting like as if it's real.
So I think some people do think it's real. I think some people come on here and use this as a platform to kind of work out their own issues, whether they realize that's what they're doing or not.
Can you name me an example of some of those people?
Jack and Chuck.
Jack and Chuck are working on things?
They both are
with each other?
They are both recovering alcoholics, and even Margot was included in that as well. That dynamic, and I think that there is something.
But look, the conclusion last night that Flow State said, right? He said that Chuck actually loves people, and then Jack doesn't. How would he even know such a thing?
He wouldn't.
Yeah, he wouldn't. That's the answer.
Just like
answer, Hank.
Well,
you got it right, Hank.
just like when Jack says he knows me better than I know myself, prove it.
Those three particular that I spoke about, I only speak about that. Like I sense like there's something that even though they are aiming it at each other, perhaps it's something within themselves that they're really working on and not even realizing it. And I'm not saying it to downgrade them or shit on them, but I'm just saying to some it does seem that way. You asked for an example, I gave you those three. To others, it does seem like an opportunity. Oh, this is hot. I can get people. This is content. That Flow would be an example of that. To others, they like to watch the chaos because it gives them excitement and joy. I can look at Caucasian Sasquatch as a
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch as an example of that. I think we each come on here for different reasons. And just
there's been two separate people, three actually, that I've had enormous arguments with that have said flat out, this took me aback when I first entered this Panelverse, is that some people come on here and they're playing characters. Now, King Stephen finally admitted it in a debate with me, as well as Tomato. She said it flat out. This isn't the real me. You can't be the real. And there are others that come on and actually bring their authentic personalities and their authentic hurt and insult to this place. It took me a while to learn that, eh?
So when King Steven says it's just a character, he's lying actually.
Well, when he's in Jack's panel, kissing Jack's ass, and then he goes that, like, I would say an hour later, he's on his own panel saying vicious things about Jack. He is being deceptive towards Jack. Like the real King Stephen happened one day on a panel. I don't know who it was, but some black guy came up, and I've never seen him before, but King Stephen started throwing really bad racial slurs at the guy. And you could hear it in his voice.
Now, I agree with you, Ojo, but the only thing I would caveat with that is that it would be deceptive on Steven's part unless him and Jack worked it out in advance. And Jack understood that a certain amount of negative criticism would be good promotion for him. But yes, go on, though.
Even if they worked it out in advance, they've done through this loop more than enough times to know, even if it's just on the panels they worked it out, they know what's coming. They know what to expect.
If that's the case, that's even worse than I would have given them credit for. And I'm not saying that's not impossible either.
Oh, yeah.
But that's real bad news.
So
the point is, it's not impossible.
Yes. With OTW and Officer Snaps, they work it out in the background and it just leaks out. But with Jack and King Steven, they after the third time, you kind of know what you're expecting. I won't give them any extra credit.
So it's just kind of an ad-lib performance where they know each other's part, you think, off by heart?
Yeah, this is the term for this is gay ops. You know, it's people who are pretending to fight, but they're actually together, right? And they're doing it for content, right? So this happens all the time.
That's sad. I know another panel I saw did that once, manufactured, and got caught at it.
Yeah, true.
Wasn't there recently? Didn't that happen to somebody? That British lady who started a drama and then
Mel Pandora.
Yep.
Yeah, really backfired on her.
Yeah, there's a dozen of them.
Yeah, what really hurt Mel is the cover up. So she tried to say it was a skit, it's a cover up, and that then everyone's acting just sucked. So that was what really got her.
Yeah, or where that lady, that lady Rose came up and asked Resto, "Why have you been dragging me for a year?" And he literally tells her, "I got paid to do it." He got paid to troll this lady. That's right, folks. He got paid to troll somebody on the internet. Yep, it happens.
At least Resto's honest. I don't know. I didn't pay him.
Yeah, this is real life, folks. I'm just telling you guys real information, right? But it's interesting how it works out in the grand scheme of things, doesn't it?
It is. And I'm not sophisticated enough or involved enough to know who the real players are. But I do know that day Chuck was on Jack's there. He was hurt, man. Like, there was no doubt about that. I've seen it happen a couple of times. And I've heard behind the scenes from people. There are some people, like Cynthia says, that take this really seriously and get hurt in their real life. And that's unfortunate.
I'm sorry. This is their community. This is their ability to connect to people. And they come across people who will use them for content without them knowing about it.
Yeah, sadly, Joe, it's made for those people.
Right.
To entrap them into communities so that they can get information about them and then blackmail them. Sadly, that's what it's for. It's corporate espionage.
Is that for whatever? And it's even worse than that. Sometimes people just do it to other people for fun. They feed off of it. Sasquatch has even said it. I feed off of this.
Well, he has said he was a big time troll before. He kind of stepped back from that,
but this, we've talked about this before. They're the zombies. They're feeding off of the mind. You know, they want your emotion. That they're trying to attack your mind to see how you react. I'm not understanding what the feed is and what they're gaining from it, but
it's an artist thing. They're gaining information so you can do the mind control stuff. And I'm doing it too, but it's just I was looking for a particular thing. I want to figure out attraction. I'm not finding it, and now I just kind of don't care anymore. I'm just gonna turn off their gay ops, and see if we can do something more productive.
So I think the key is training your eye, training your instincts to understand what the different people you're talking to. But even then, that's not 100 proof. People play this long game. They will pretend to be your friend to gain stuff from you.
Now, so here's the thing: I don't really do alliances that much. I do tit for tat. So if you help me last time, well, I'll assume you're gonna do it again. And if you stab me in the back, well, I'm gonna stab you in the front. And if you keep it up, I will just go ahead and win. This is how.
So
Well, I think not doing alliances, especially here in the panelverse, is a smart thing, and not getting wrapped up with these people are my best friends, these people are my family, which I've heard people say. I don't think that works out very well for anybody in the end.
Yeah, so like flow states enemies aren't my enemies, except for the fact that they also pick a fight with me by association. That's the only reason I would retaliate. But otherwise, I don't care. His enemies aren't my enemies. I'm okay with Imperius. I like Imperius. He's a really good tool. He's a really good resource. So I'm not gonna pick enemies based on enemies of my friends unless they attack me too.
Yeah, Hank. Do you mind if I play that clip Resto paid to troll?
Oh, I don't mind it. Do you have it just put it backstage and I'll go and you can go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah, because I think Jessica's asking for that. I want to show her.
Oh, that's right. You say
it's so funny.
I never knew Jessica. Now I got it, girl. I got you from now on.
Yeah, I've actually been. Now that you mention that, Hank, I've been thrown off of panels just specifically because somebody saw me on somebody else's panel without ever even knowing me or hearing what I had to say.
Yeah, that's what happened on Chaotic Truth, where I just wasn't allowed on Chaotic Truth.
Chaotic Truth is a really, really crappy panel. I right now would say we can trust Illumitami more than we can trust Chaotic Truth.
Isn't he demonetized, Chaotic Truth?
Yes, he just got recently demonetized.
Chaotic Truth is like he's open about being a entertainment channel and not being serious.
Clown show.
but that's bullshit that they demonetized him still though. They have much spicier stuff on that people on their monetized thing. So that's pretty sad, that they'd stoop to that level.
Yeah,
it is sad that they demonetized him.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I mean, I'm a mod over there, so I mean, it's sad.
Yeah, but yeah, I put that in the back, Hank.
Awesome. Let's go and play it. That. There we go. Add the stage. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I'll drag you later.
Hank is there, by the way. That's so funny. Whenever I play a clip, Hank is always on the clip. But yeah.
And then I'll drag you later.
Oh, I don't need you to drag me, hon. You want me to drag
why'd you have sex with that dude, Resto?
If you want.
Also, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. You know what I'm saying? Nail me out there. Hey, look, I just want y'all to know it's nothing like that before niggas be trying to perpetuate shit. And then, I'll drag you later.
Oh, I don't need you to drag me, hon. You want me to drag
why'd you have sex with that dude, Resto?
If you want.
Also, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. You know what I'm saying? Nail me out there. Hey, look, I just want y'all to know it's nothing like that before niggas be trying to perpetuate shit.
I'm just fucking around, bro.
Secretly, you
just fucking around.
Huh?
Secretly, you like me and you want to be my friend.
See, bro, I told you before, I have not had a problem with you. I only dragged you for a year and a half.
That's a long time. That's a long.
I mean, yeah, but that's what I do. I'm King Crash Out. What do you want me to do? I'm sorry.
I don't need to be dragged by your ass, okay? You dragged me to please somebody that you don't even like anymore.
Yeah, it's called a job.
There you go, folks. It's called a job.
Yeah, that's bullshit too. That
didn't sound like Resto.
Yeah, it was Resto. I was there. Did you see me? I was there.
Even if that's a job, that's a testimony to his character. That's his character. You can't change that. And you can't say, well, it was a job. That's your character, bro. That lets me know that man can be bought and sold at any moment's notice.
Well, I really don't mind that. At least he's consistent.
Yeah, he he made this girl think that she hates that he hates her. And then she says, maybe you actually like me. And he says, look, it's not even like that. I got paid to do it.
But he sets up people for content for sure. He tried to do it to me, but that didn't sound like his voice.
If I was there, I was literally in the video. That was definitely Resto Chesto.
I mean, I understand you're saying you're there. That doesn't somehow change the sound of his voice to me because you were there.
I will attest that he did say that was actually the Resto Chesto. I remember that. I think
he cammed up with 2 forms of ID or what?
No, I was there. I mean that was like 5
Hank,
months ago.
You're not making any sense. How is you there prove that it was Resto?
All right. Well, at this point, you can believe what you want. You can believe what you want at this point.
Yeah, at this point,
I
it could be anybody.
I want to ask Machine Lies a question. I heard that because I got to drop down. I heard that you had a hell of a debate with Jim Bob as well, eh?
Oh yeah, but they threw me off there too.
What was it about?
Well, I had 2 or 3 conversations with them. I have one of them recorded. I had a debate with him on Islam versus Christianity, where he threw me off the show. So he ended that conversation, and it was more like 3 versus 1 because they had 2 other people on their panel, that were debating me impromptu after a day after I had a debate, and they made a show that said that Islam was Gnosticism, which is total horseshit. Gnosticism is an offshoot of Christianity that was made in the 2nd century, right? So it has little connection with Islam in the 7th century, right? But yeah, that's neither here nor there. Then I had a conversation with Jim Bob cordially, and I have that recorded. And then I had another conversation with Jim Bob on the Glenn Lawrence show, and I was thrown off the show. That was a debate on free will. You may be referring to this conversation. And then I talked to him also on Truth or Cop. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I got kicked off of Speakeasy twice over free will.
Yeah. And on Truth or Cop, I asked him about the connection between Andrew Wilson and the Grapers, and they did not feel very comfortable with my line of questioning. Right? For sure.
So when you were debating them, how did you find them in terms of, being good faith?
I think well, it's just like the clip I showed on my show where you were debating him on Christian nationalism. I think he's incredibly bad faith. Bad faith clown. Also, he lied about me impersonating people on the internet. So this is a fact. Jim Bob is a known liar. He misrepresented me, and yeah, for sure.
Wait, is that dude that I was arguing with on your channel?
No. Jim Bob won't come on the Machine Lies channel.
This was my biggest issue with them, was the lying. So, after we had our debate on flow states, that went on for 2.5 hours, I think. And he flat out said, okay, Christian nationalism worked. Like, he said that. He said it won't work. I'm just kind of joking, eh? It was unbelievable, quite honestly.
Yeah, he'll lie straight to your face.
Yeah, and then he went on his show the next day and was misrepresenting what I said and what had happened. And I hate that shit, eh? Like, it really bugs me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like totally misrepresenting the conversation. Restyling people's points, framing them in ways that their audience would find, that their audience is designed to hate, right? So framing them in context where they're conflating them with either Protestants or Gnostics or somebody else that they hate, right? So they always do that, right? So yeah, they're totally bad faith. Like Islam is Gnosticism, like that literally means nothing, right? That's not an intelligent statement. Right?
Well, I do what he does, so I'm not gonna knock it. I kind of do the same thing, but it just yeah, I can't knock it. I do what he does, but I don't do it as far as he does. I don't take it as an extreme level, but I would say I do what he does. I'll reframe your point in a way that isn't as appealing.
Well, what about
you had a good showing against him there? You had a good showing there against him too, Hank, on his channel, eh?
Oh yeah, I totally wrecked him. I mean, I was up against
Hank destroyed him.
people.
Yeah, Hank destroyed him. Yeah, and then also I even debated Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob's daddy, and that went bad for Andrew Wilson. He was in the Discord all night explaining his positions. Okay. And then every time I left, they would start talking shit about me. And I had people in the Discord that were listening in. You know, so yeah, that was what was happening.
And Jim Bob, you by the way, you're Mario on my channel, so you could do whatever, but you haven't came by yet.
Oh, you have him modded up, eh?
Yes, but he hasn't came by yet.
All right. Well, hey, good conversation, everybody. I'm going to drop down again.
So another mod, Jack Talcott.
Yeah, blessings.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
Jack's
thank you.
here.
Yeah, he's in the chat. Do you have time to come on panel, Jack?
Bye, Ojo. Good talking to you as always.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm playing the Jack Talcott simulator right now.
Yeah, Jack Talcott. Time to return the favor to Hank on the panel. Blessings.
Roby has time.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and drop, guys. Y'all have a great one. And everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and just drop out.
All right.
Blessings.
Yeah, peace be with you, James. Thank you.
Yeah, peace.
Oh man, they got piranha flowers now.
Yep. But the bullets in this game aren't really that threatening compared to other Boxertron games. You guys are all slow and big. But this melee is just a pain in the butt. So just the default bear enemies plus the damn bulls, they are annoying. Because they'll home in on you. That's but bullets down, you can sidestep them. Then if I make it to level 10, you're the damn cloud bomber.
Whoa, that's definitely a bot right there. I can help you grow your Kick channel, reach 15K viewers, 75 subs, and earn up to 3K per stream. Interesting?
Shout out to the
I don't care.
Kickbox.
Yeah, the Kick bot.
Are you on Kick yet, Cynthia?
Oh wow, Cynthia's on Kick.
Yeah.
Whoa, holy smokes! Oh, what platforms are you on, madam?
Kick, Twitch. I have X. I don't do anything on X. But
because you gotta pay for it. You gotta pay extra for X, and I'm not gonna do that.
X, I plan to use so I recently moved, so I'm still getting now I no longer just have a corner, I have a whole room. So I'm now getting my room organized and stuff with all my crap. And I plan to show my sewing and stuff. I feel like that's more of a Kick platform than YouTube.
Yeah, I think I might pay for X Premium so I could stream there. Is that how you get it? You just pay for premium and then you can stream there?
Yeah, and I don't recommend it because I think Josie got kicked out of Twitter for not agreeing with Elon Musk's party line, so I won't recommend it. Personally.
Yeah, I don't fuck with
Wait, Josie got banned from X?
Well, yeah, she got banned, but she always runs back. She makes another account and goes back. So I'd say just.
Yeah, I got a pretty poppin' account. I mean, it's not really nothing's really happening. If I say something, nobody will really look at it, but it's still 420 followers or whatever. So
nice. I've never even I've never posted my YouTube channel to my Instagram or my YouTube. Nobody in my real life really. Well, they know I have a channel, but they never watch. But none of my friends or anything. No,
yeah, me neither. Now, I actually posted Hackers Guild PGH that I had a YouTube channel, but I barely know them. They're just throw off people too, but they're on the other side of town.
I know my neighbor makes stained glass, and she wants me to help her YouTube channel. And then when she asked for my YouTube channel, I was embarrassed to give it to her. Because of some of the stuff that's on there, some of the drama. But the drama is how you actually build your following, so it's a double-edged.
Yeah, but those are the
Not everyone.
they're followers that go from chat to chat looking for the drama. So they're not real. They're not consistent viewers. Right?
They coordinate outside of YouTube.
Yeah, definitely.
They do. You think so?
Me
Oh
too.
yeah, like
I
look
know,
at like
so I've infiltrated their spaces.
yeah, like it sucks to be held captive by audience too. You know.
Well, it's not even held captive, but it's just that seems to be what people pay attention to. Like our Chicas Locas went out.
Yeah, but if you're looking for attention, but not everybody wants attention. You know what I'm saying, Cynthia?
Yeah. But there's got to be ways. There's got to be ways, though, you can find your tribe. And I'm not even talking within the community. I'm talking about on all of YouTube platforms. There has to be a way to send out signals to like, yo,
yeah. It's called what's it called?
Moderation.
Yeah, moderation. Plus, it's called the hashtag. So right now I have hashtag Linux, hashtag gaming, hashtag open panel, hashtag Blockatron, hashtag Linux gaming. On so those hashtags will help with the search results, the search engine optimization. But the thing about tribes is, yes, tribes and cults are just the same thing. It says if you're at the top of the Pareto, then it's a tribe, and if you're at the bottom 80, it's a cult. So it's the same thing.
I just feel like there are some good conversations that are had that more people could benefit, and not just my platform, a lot of platforms. And for some reason, it's harder to push those videos and get those out there than it is to do drama.
Because you're probably shadow banned. So, and then you get stuck in a like a corner where the only people who can see you are the ones who follow you for drama purposes. And drama isn't really that popular, right? It's just when you're not getting any algo attention at all, you're already blacklisted, then your views will go from 5 or 10 to 20 or 30 or maybe even 100 if you do drama. But technically, that's a tiny, shitty little audience of nobody on YouTube.
Right.
If you hit the algo, you get thousands if you're doing interesting content. The 50 to 60 or so people that travel around in groups for the drama, in these circles where we are in this lower tier of YouTube, it seems like it's a lot of views because it's so much more than what we usually get. But there's a much wider world of YouTube out there where there's good discussions going on, no drama, and lots of viewers.
Like, I don't even promote my videos. If I fucking literally wrote on the titles of my videos, lecture on blah, or like this on that, right? Or like explanation of Nietzsche or whatever, and like all caps, like hundreds of more people would watch that shit, and it would show up on the fucking thing, But like,
then do it today. Do it today then.
Maybe I'll do it in a bunch of while. But the thing is that because I need to invent the clips first, right? And then intros and outro. Yeah. So, but yeah, once I invent those clips, it's gonna be hard to like have drama compete with like, oh, here's an explanation of Nietzsche's Antichrist.
You would have
like
to
hundreds of more people are gonna want to see something like that.
You'd have to do it consistently. You'd have to do it on multiple platforms. And once you're already shadow banned, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to get out. As a matter of fact, arguably the only way is to lose all engagement is the only way to reset those bans. If you're shadow banned, then the more content you put out, the higher your score stays for being banned.
But it's also value because like you have to create the drama. If you just talk about what you want to talk about and people like that, then what are you doing? Like, you're not doing anything.
For sure. But if that's what I come for YouTube for, then I'm just going to be used to having very small audiences. But at least my audience is going to be engaged in what I'm doing and not there to talk about, oh, you see what so-and-so said about so-and-so the other day?
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, the thing is that there's two lanes. I mean, one is the fake drama lane, and the other is the fake debate lane, and neither of them are really, that appealing. I mean, right? So rather
No,
just create.
there's more than two lanes, but for the live content, that's the two lanes.
Yeah, the other lane is jump cut video essays that are gay as fuck. I mean,
yes, that's what YouTube really likes because it's cheaper for them to host them. It's easier for them to make money on. That's what YouTube really wants you to do.
Because of TikTok, I would argue, though, before YouTube used to shine in the long form discussion platform, and that's not necessarily what is most popular among humans, but it was a niche for YouTube, and all those people came to YouTube for it.
Yeah, those are actually still good on YouTube. It's just live content. It's not that popular. If you have like a pre-taped content that's edited down, YouTube really likes it.
Exactly.
What about the vlogs? I feel like when people get to know the content creator, not in a live sense, but in the vlogs, I feel like those do good as well.
What are you saying? Not in the live sense, but the what?
Vlog. Yeah. The
vlog?
Video vlog. Video.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's popular. That content is all about the creator though, right? Like they're actually the creator is the content at that point.
Right. Like spend the day with me. Get ready with me. And they just talk about what's going on and what situation.
I mean, there's like technical talks that barely get any views. That's also on YouTube. Like that conferences and stuff, they barely get any views or work from stuff. But they don't get the money from the YouTube anyways. They don't care.
We also have to remember that a lot of people they're not going to pay attention to the long video. So you got to tap into what your audience will stay engaged with.
Yeah, that's why you got to clip that. You got to clip that shit. You got to clip. You got to clip it.
Clip it, title it, and post it.
Yeah,
before I got banned, I used to get thousands of views on boring shit. Like I would talk 2 to 6 hours about, philosophy, science, politics, and I got thousands of views.
Yeah,
but then once I got banned that first time, it was never the same. And
Same here.
Then when I try to get back up on my feet, YouTube was like, nah, and they banned me again. And they would wait until the day I got out of jail to be like, nah, you're banned again, son. Get back in there.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to make you a mistake. I'm going to be multi-platform from the start. So if YouTube want to ban me, well, if I go big on another platform, it's just going to look strange. So it's like, well, if Kick really likes me and you to ban me, then it's just say, well, what the hell? Then they'll just unban me because it doesn't make any sense. And I know they're watching it.
Or have a second channel, or really follow the rules, like because technically they came out with some rules just to crack down on people like me, and I didn't pay attention. I said whatever I wanted, so I could go back and not do that, right?
I don't really pay attention to my views. I pay attention to my audience retention rate. So I don't care about views. But it makes me think that the lives will get you shadow banned quicker than the blog style videos. And I only keep talking about blog is because that's what I like. That's what I feel like would be a good niche for me.
Definitely. Because you have less control over a live. Also, you're more likely to encroach upon things that you're not allowed to say.
Right.
But editing is hard. So
editing it's time consuming. It's not hard. Right. And then once you start getting the vibe in it and you get in it, you've lost 14 hours and you created a masterpiece that nobody even cares about.
Yeah, you would want to get into a mode where you get more efficient at it over time, and you get a method so that you're like, oh, boom, cut this, boom, go right here, boom.
AI creates hella vlogs. You don't even have to script them out anymore. You just have to get 10, 15-second clips, give it all to AI. AI will create the whole entire video for you.
Yeah. Getting wiki labeled is one thing, but getting wiki labeled with things like Freemasonry, New World Order, and reptilian humanoids is a little weird.
What? What's Freaky
Yeah.
Lloyd? What's Freaky Lloyd? What?
Look, wiki label.
What's that?
Yeah, you
I
don't,
don't know.
It's when
But-
you talk about something on your video.
Oh,
There's
I
a big,
remember.
huge banner at the bottom with a link to a Wikipedia article explaining how you're a liar.
Oh, that's funny. Pancake Planet. Pancake Planet. Pancake Planet. YouTube wiki label.
What?
I interviewed this dude who claimed he was at Ground Zero as a police officer, a New York police officer, and I got that, you know, the 9/11 attacks banner at the bottom of my video.
Yeah, we've had that dozens of times. Yeah.
I don't think vlogs get wiki labeled. Though.
Yes, they do. Oh, yeah, they do.
If you bring up a no topic, you're gonna get wiki labeled.
I'm gonna go to the dog park. I think I'll be like that's what I'm like. I'm saying vlog in the sense of just a glimpse into a world where you. I don't know. It's
Go to our Flat Earth channel and all the videos are wiki labeled.
Okay.
Yeah,
are they
like
vlogs? Or are they live?
They're blogs.
Hmm.
They're video logs. And they get all the videos get wiki labeled because you don't like Pancake Planet around here, including me. This is stupid. Pancake Planet's stupid. Even though Flow State's allegedly a Pancake Planeter, I think that's stupid because you could see the flight paths. You can literally look it up. We actually talked to him directly when we were on RBR network, so you can see the flight path. We could see the ship paths. You know where the stuff is moving, and businesses don't want to waste money. So.
why is Pancake Earth not Flat Earth? What's the difference?
Well, it's more memey, so I could use a pancake emoji like this. So let me look up.
That's the only difference. Is its meme ability?
Absolutely, and that's very important.
That's funny. So there's nothing on the other side of the pancake, according to these people. Is that correct?
Well, they have contradictory models, so their models don't agree with each other.
This is what I don't understand: is most of Flat Earth problems can be solved simply by saying that there's people who live on both sides of the flat Earth. Instead, it has to be like, you know,
where's the edge?
The edge would just lead to the other side of the Earth, much like a globe. Like if you imagine a pancake and you're an ant, what happens if you walk over the edge of a pancake?
You go to the other side.
Yeah, you could crawl right underneath it.
So how does gravity work there?
I mean, technically, it could work the same way as it would on a globe. You just have to be a thick enough pancake, right?
Oh, so it's going to converge to being a ball anyways. That's fine with me. If it converges to being a ball and just, it's just oblate, then I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't understand the reasoning for flat. Why don't they just say that the Earth is round, but only half of it's populated? What would the difference be?
Well, if only half is populated, then where's the part that's not populated? Well, we know what parts are not populated, but they would need to like all converge on the same side because I know most of Australia is not populated, most of Russia is not populated. The rainforest is populated with animals. The Antarctic's not populated, but you need to get it all in once together to make it make the model work.
How does it work with flat Earth? Right? Isn't there a sea wall or something?
A nice wall, that Antarctica, which we cross many times over and over. So it kind of doesn't work with Pancake Planet.
Sounds like it doesn't work for flat Earth either.
Yeah, Pancake Planet, flat Earth is the same thing. It's just I can use a
that's
pancake
right.
emoji.
You just explained that to me.
Yeah, I can meme it with pancakes.
Wait, so Flo's a flat earther, or you're just joking around?
So he doesn't want to say, but I did debate him on RBR network a year ago, and he was on the Pancake Planet side. So I would expect he's not, but if he is, then he needs to correct that. He needs to look at the shipping paths. You need to look at the flight paths and draw the lines and look at the geodesics, and you can get back to me on what shape it is. Because you know damn well that these mega corporations don't want to spend extra on fuel. So yeah, if he is, quit that. If not, so what?
Yeah, this is a killer stream so far.
It's Hank's world over here.
Yeah, we had a lot of people in here for real.
Yep.
We had Old Joe, Powder Dusty,
Jack
in the
Talcott.
chat. Yeah, we got Jack Talcott in the chat.
You got TML, you got Dennison, you got What's Up, Cynthia?
Yep.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, I got all these people because I panel hopped so much and didn't have anything better to do.
I'm chilling in my little studio.
Yeah, let me see.
Get organized.
Yeah, pretty good amount of viewers.
Who, Hank? Let's see. Hank is at 11.
Yeah, I've been bouncing up with like 12 to 15 in the past hour.
Good conversation, though.
Yeah, it was definitely higher before. Which means you had more than me than yesterday.
Well, I have more platforms than you, so
Yeah,
they're
yesterday
screening
I
it.
had one viewer. Fire
Interesting.
Flames.
But that doesn't make any sense. You have more panelists than viewers. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I was only like it was super weird. Like it dropped down to one viewer for like 10 seconds and then it went back to normal. It was really weird. So I thought
Yeah.
I thought they took the video down. It was like creepy and weird.
Yeah, I don't really trust the numbers, really, to be honest. You have more panelists than viewers, and it doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it went from like 18 to 1 to 18 again. I was like, that's pretty weird.
Yep.
That's that cyber ghost.
Names. What names did he call you?
But yeah, if Jack Talcott has fear in his heart and his models live about fear, well, he needs to align the things, align one of the things. Otherwise, people will think he's confused. Like I say, I want power, and I spend my time getting leverage or hosting where I have control, and playing video games where I can the problem small enough that I can solve them. I look consistent at least. At least look consistent. I'm sure if I wasn't consistent, Dennison would be napping at the bit to show me how I'm not consistent.
No. But if you ask me to analyze it, I might be able to point it out for you.
All right, go for it.
What are we talking about?
My inconsistencies.
I'm not aware of any yet.
Exactly.
Hank won.
Hank always wins.
I know. I don't know why people underestimate Hank.
Because he's different and they don't like admitting that different people can be better at something.
I know. Oh, Hank, today is Mo 3 Day.
What's that?
It's this day of this Dallas rapper that was killed, and like a lot of YouTubers from the the beef sector and the Mo 3 sector go. Like, there's an event that happenings today, and like last year there was a fight. This year there's been threatens to be a shooting. It's always streamed on live too. It's like probably 5 to 7 content creators that go out there that have beef.
If they're trying to shoot it already, I'm just gonna skip it.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna skip it. I filmed it before, but I think I'm gonna skip it today.
I still can't figure out the point of this game.
It's to end all wars, Denizen. What don't you understand? So basically, I'm this pink bear and supposed to just hug everyone, and then they're loving, and then I don't know what happens next. I'm not that good at this game. I want to see if I can at least get to level 11. I could show you that that terrorist in that cloud. And I don't. The thing is, I should reset and get bonuses because after I feel like the first couple rounds will give you bonus to make it much easier. But after that, there's no more bonuses. So.
So this guy's like a little pink Jack, trying to go out and handle
Absolutely.
wars.
Absolutely. Which is why I call it the Jack Talcott similar, even though it's the actual game's called Hug Arena.
So really, Jack, all you need to do is just find snap.
All right, well, I'm gonna take off. Good conversation. Bye, guys. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You too, Cynthia.
Yeah, blessings.
Was it something I said?
No, in fact, you didn't say it all. So go ahead and say it. You took yourself offline before you said how Jack can end the wars.
Oh, he just needs to find Snafu and give him a great big hug.
Oh, it works for me. And afterwards, I could use Jack to send the paperwork. That worked for me.
It feels like everybody dropped off after I got here.
You've been here for over an hour. They must have just got tired or bored or something. Then I was streamed an hour before you even got here. So I just wouldn't worry about if I were you. In fact, are you on your desktop?
No.
Oh, okay, that's disappointing.
Why?
Oh, I would say if you had a game to play, we could try to get your audio hooked up so you could go ahead and play that and we could watch that for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. No, I can't. I just woke up. I gotta take a shower and then decide whether or not I want to get some shit done that I've been procrastinating on or procrastinate some further.
Oh, I got a question. You use Linux, right, Denizen?
Yeah.
Are you gonna move to an Atomic Desktop sooner or later? Because I already decided I'm gonna move to Atomic Desktop. I have what's it? One of Fedora respins that looks good. I think it was Bazite or was it Aurora? Yeah, Aurora looks good. It has more stuff installed that I need. So, are you thinking about moving to Atomic Desktop?
No, I don't have any Linux distros installed right now, actually. And like the last time I looked at switching, well, it was recently because I got all new computer stuff, and I needed to figure out what platform I was going to use. The game porting still just doesn't work. You know, like I couldn't do. I pretty much built the computer so that I could make 4K videos with game engines.
Yeah.
And I can't do that as well in Linux. It just, excuse me, the performance isn't there.
Yeah, well, if you use Ubuntu, absolutely not. I mean, if you use that same distribution like Arch or Fedora, you'll be fine. But if you use Ubuntu, hell no, don't give up. Or Debian, but Debian's doing worse because this stuff's so old. But yeah, you could definitely do it. There was videos coming out yesterday saying, "Oh, Linux is outperforming Windows with SteamOS and stuff." So it's there's a configuration issue on your end, or your distribution's end.
I'm not gonna get this. I'm not gonna be able to get over 120 frames per second in 4K in Star Citizen though.
Oh, you know what? You're probably right though. Yeah, but the Star Citizen, I don't think they I don't know what libraries they're using, so it may not be running as fast as possible online. So
Yeah, it's
I
already
haven't.
unoptimized as fuck too on Windows. It'd be even worse on Linux.
Oh, I have an idea. Have you looked for any did anyone mod it so to actually run efficiently yet? Because that's what people like to do.
Not that I could find, and you keep in mind you have to connect to the live servers and authenticate, so your files
Oh,
have to be
that's horrible.
validated.
Oh, that's horrible. Maybe look up what genre is Star Citizen?
Space Simulator,
Space Simulator.
MMO.
MMO. Oh, okay. You can't really replace an MMO with another game. So because otherwise, I would actually recommend like a lead or something. But if it's MMO, then you kind of just cooked.
Yeah, plus there's no loading screens in the game, so I want to.
That's bad design. I'm sorry, that's just bad design.
I want to try to like I'm a big fan of Alfonso Cuarón, and I like the long screenshots with no edits or cuts.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of just artistically I want some of those in my film, and you just can't do that in a normal video game, you know.
Yeah, so pretty much your best options like a Minecraft or a Unity mod that's similar, but still the graphics gonna be much worse. But the performance gonna be so much better though. But that's not what you want. I really don't have any good suggestions for you.
Yeah, and like I said, I was able to overcome that with design. You know, the computer I designed, it did exactly what I designed it for. It records 4K and over 120 frames per second in Star Citizen, and when the performance is bad, it dips down to around 60 frames per second, and it's always above 30. So essentially, it meets like Hollywood film standards as far as frame rate is concerned, right?
Absolutely. And must have not been cheap at all.
No, fuck no. It cost me like $4,000.
I hope it's buying you some cryptocurrency while you're not running Star Citizen.
I probably should do that, huh? Especially because I have free electricity right now with the arrangement that I have.
God damn! Hot stuff. Yeah, you definitely need to do that then.
I wonder how much it would affect the bill. Yeah, so my TV broke, and I'm not even going to be able to do that project. I mean, I could buy another TV 4K device, but just really don't feel like shelling out another $800 right now. I just emotionally, I just don't feel like it, right? Like I feel like because I didn't even get to use my TV, and it's smashed, like it fell off the desk and smashed. So I don't see like the manufacturer's not going to warranty that, right? That's all my fault.
It's worth a try. I mean, let them say no. Yeah, let them say no. Goes. Yeah, I always ask. Let them say no. Don't make assumptions.
Yeah, for example, like what I wanted to do for a short, just as like a demo of what was to come on the channel, was just record like a prep, liftoff, takeoff, and then or like traveling into orbit and then to a space station, all without any cuts or edits. And you can totally do that in Star Citizen. Like I can get my character walk like to leave its hotel room, get on a train and take the train to the space station, get on a starship, do the flight check, open the hangar bay, take off, fly into the atmosphere, enter into orbit, and then fly to the space station that's in orbit of the planet I just left, all without any loading screens. And you can see large objects in the distance. Like when you're in your ship taking off from the space station, or sorry, not the space station, the spaceport.
Mhm.
You can see the space station in orbit above you as you fly toward it. I don't know of any other game that can do that. I know that
Super Mario
Bethesda.
Galaxy. Well, they have loading screens, but they could generally do that. And that was like 20 years ago. Well, I don't know how long that's been out.
Yeah, like Bethesda Games has, what is it? Space Fox, Star something. But again, it has loading screens.
Yeah.
This is all seamless.
I don't know. I don't know what's the deal with people not liking loading screens. That makes the game run much faster, preloading the content, so it's just there when you need it.
Because the loading screens mean something about the environment. Like when I'm on the surface of a planet, if there's other players fighting in space and it's dark enough, I look up, I can see their ships.
Oh.
And I can see the exchange of fire and missiles. So it's like it's happening in real time and it's all one big open world environment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure the game's unoptimized at that point. I had to profile it because all of that stuff has to be in memory and mapped to your system. That well, at least I have a suggestion now. You probably like real-time strategy games, and if you like that, have everything running at the same time, and you can see it all. And it's gonna be too much of a mess with it. You know what the hell's going on. You like real-time strategy games for sure.
It should give you an idea though of why the technology is a little more impressive, even though it's unoptimized and the graphics might be outdated. Because like the clouds are real in the game. It's like most games, a cloud is a background, it's a texture.
Yes.
Not in Star Citizen. In Star Citizen, a cloud is a 3D generated object, and I can fly up into it and through it and leave the atmosphere of a planet, all with no loading screens.
Yeah. That game's pretty specific. You're not going to have a lot of games like that. So the best thing, the closest thing I would recommend for you is like an RTS game. There's plenty of RTS games, but it's not Star Citizen.
Starfield, that was the name of what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Starfield looks a lot like Star Citizen, but again, there's loading screens. In Star Citizen, I can, like I said, I'll repeat myself briefly. Get out of bed, go down to the spaceport, get in my ship, leave the hangar, take off from the planet, enter into orbit, travel to the space station, and then hyperjump from that space station to another space station that orbits another planet, land, enter the atmosphere of that planet, and then land on that planet in the spaceport, get out, and go to my hotel room on another planet. I can do all of that with no loading screens.
What's a hyper jump?
With two, say what?
What's a hyper jump?
Like, so the planets are pretty far away, physically speaking, inside the game world. Hyper jump is like traveling faster than the speed of light from one planet system to another. There's like 2 solar systems that are currently developed with like a dozen on the way. And each solar system requires a lot of quantum fuel to navigate. And if you didn't use hyperspace, it would take weeks, if not months, to get in between planets. You can travel like millions of kilometers, in other words.
Yes, that makes sense. And even the level we're ridiculous enough to say, "Hey, you just wait for it." It's not good gameplay.
And there's no loading screen, right? So if I'm in quantum travel between two worlds, and a pirate intercepts me and pulls me out of quantum, I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere with no help. You know, I'm out in the void of space, millions of kilometers from anyone else. And with two accounts, I can record it in real time from like two cameras, like two vantage points. I can have the first person view of the character. I can have like a 360 third person view of the character, and then I can have the first person view and a 360 view of the other character that is designated solely as a camera. So yeah,
So does a camera intangible, or can someone just intercept and kill your camera?
the camera is just you, essentially. It revolves around your perception.
Oh, okay, so they can't intercept and kill your camera to kill your main character.
Right, exactly. And if someone were to kill my main character, my other character could catch it as though it were a camera, right?
Yes.
And that's what I want to experiment with. I think I can make some fun movies with that.
I agree. Do you have a 4K monitor still that you can use to get another TV?
No, and I don't want to start doing it in less than 4K. You know, like because I don't want to make a movie and then remake it in 4K. You know.
Well, if it gets popular enough, if the concept's good enough, it probably doesn't even make a difference.
I don't know, man. It looks so much better in 4K. It's like an entirely different, you know. You can.
I wouldn't be able to tell. I mean, I'm on doing 1080p still, and I like 720p too. So
I think you would. That's the thing. Is I think even though you'd be looking at it at 1080, so the quality would never be 4K for you.
Yeah.
But the original source being 4K would give you a different 1080 picture than if I were running the game in 1080.
Yeah,
because I think all the textures, it's a different layer of textures. The 4K textures are slightly different. They're not just better, you know.
Well, yeah, they have more polygons, but that won't mean they'll render. I mean, when we have time, we can figure. This is probably a worthwhile science experiment. So we could.
Actually, that's true. If you like record everything in 4K, edit everything in 4K, and then watch it on your 1080, does it look significantly or noticeably different than if you just did everything in 1080?
Yeah. The hard thing is to find watch. We need to figure out a way to watch it objectively. So we need like a special, render camera to count the elements. So if we can figure out what watch means to say and quality means, then we can actually do a science experiment, maybe make a blog post about it.
Unless it was obvious, and unless 4K reduced down to 1080 looked way better than 1080 left at 1080.
Yeah. But it's not obvious. I think this is a science experiment worth conducting, to be honest. Because if it doesn't make a difference, then we'll save a lot of production time.
Well, I could have saved a lot of money on the computer too.
Yeah, how are you gonna make that money back if you're not gonna do the video?
Well, I am gonna do the video. It's just like I was about like real life interferes a lot with the project with hobbies, right?
Yes.
And also then I got to be in a creative mood because it's not like a job or a chore. It has to be something I'm doing it because I love it, you know?
Yeah, and I don't even know how artists have. I don't know. I barely know how anyone stays employed, except the fact that most people who are employed are incompetent. So
it coincided where I had, I just got a lot of housework done and stuff around the house that had been left and needed to take priority. And then I also felt motivated to start working on it. And that week was the week that my TV got smashed.
Yep. I mean, my vacation was just to reorient myself because they pushed me to do too much firefighting at work. So I was trying to say, hey, I have stuff at home. I can't hire someone to really get my Linux distro tested for my laptop. I don't know who the hell to call. I had my card that I need to get ready for inspection. I really can't. I don't know. You can't just call someone to get that taken care of. It's just because just rich Pearson stuff needs to be far too expensive if to get someone to do that for you, or just people just very untrustworthy to steal your car. So I decided to do it myself. Or most people have spouses that do that stuff, but I don't. So I had to make time for myself. I also need to exercise parts of my body that I usually don't exercise. So
yeah, working in IT, if you like start working 12-hour days and 7-day weeks, you gotta, after a couple of months, you start to get out of shape.
Chaos reigns supreme in the machine, but the regime with cream remaining unseen.
After all, the ideal of bourgeois politics is the absence of politics, since capital is nothing other than the consistent displacement of social decision making into the marketplace. But this ideal of total depoliticization, or the absolute annihilation of resistance to market relations, is an impossible megalomaniac fantasy, and Marx's contention that labor trading at its natural price in an undistorted market parentheses, equal to the cost of its reproduction, close parentheses, will tend strongly to express an equally natural political refusal of the market, continues to haunt the global bourgeoisie. The only practical option available to the rulers of capitalist societies has lain in the global disaggregation of the political system, accompanied by a regional distortion of the world labor trading system in favor of the working classes in the metropolitan regions. Parentheses, welfare capitalism, close parentheses. This is why a deep complicity has continued to exist between the form of the nation state as international political agent and an economic order based upon the commodification of labor. Since it is of systemic necessity that the economic conditions of an undistorted labor market are accompanied by political crisis, the world order functions as an integrated process based upon the flow of market priced labor into the metropolis from the third world, parentheses, on the basis of the economic form of capitalist production, close parentheses, and the export of political instability to the third world from the metropolis, parentheses, on the basis of the political form of autonomous national sovereignty, close parentheses. The global labor market is easily interrupted, therefore, as a sustained demographic disaster that is systemically displaced away from the political institutions of the metropolis. This process of displacement, which is the ultimate base or infrastructure of capital accumulation, is dependent upon those issues of kinship or marriage organizations, parentheses, the sexual economy of gender and race, close parentheses, which Marxists have often tended to consider as surface features of an underlying mode of production. In this paper, I shall argue that with the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, Western cultural history culminates in a self-reflecting bourgeois civilization because his thought of synthesis, parentheses, or relation to alterity, close parentheses, and also the strangulation of this thought within his system captures modernity as a problem, but the modernity thus symptomatized by its philosophical exposition is not primarily the penultimate phase of a dialectic of society and production. It is rather the necessity that historically itself, expansionary social and economic development, or synthesis, compromises with a profound continuity whose basic aspects are, on the one hand, patrilineal descent, and on the other, a formal logic of identity that was already concluded in its essentials by Aristotle. These two aspects, the genealogical and the logical, are functions of a position of abstract masculine subjectivity coincident with the patronymic. This position is the proto-cultural fundament of everything that is able to count as the same. The tradition is thus rooted in a communication between culture and population, whose medium is the stability (identity) of the male line. Modernity is not merely a compromise between novel forms of commercially driven social organization and this archaic cultural pattern of patrilineal exogamy, but more fundamentally, a deepening of the compromise already integral to any exogamy that is able to remain patrilineal. It is only by understanding the inhibitive function of patriarchies in relation to exogamic dissipation and inhibition that is supremely logical in that it conserves identity, and which is for this reason violently xenophobic, that we can make sense of capital production and its tendency towards peculiar cultural mutations that was baptized by Mussolini as fascism. This is because the restriction of cultural synthesis based upon a strenuous endogamy at the level of the national community is the ultimate outcome of concerted liberalization of kinship organizations within metropolitan industrial societies. A capitalist trading empire is a developed form of exogamic patriarchy and inherits its tensions. Domination of the other is inhibited in principle from developing into full absorption because it is the residual austerity of the other that conditions the generation of surplus. The parallel difference between a labor market and a slave market is based on the fact that one cannot do business with a slave, but only with the slave owner. And similarly, one cannot base a kinship system upon a harem. The prevalence of slave labor within the Hitlerite New Order in Eastern Europe is thus a clear indication that the Nazi conquests were, in an important sense, post-imperialist, in contrast to the fascist mixed economy of slavery and extermination. Colonial wage labor exploitation, even to the point of murder through impoverishment, leaves open the possibility of a radical destabilization of the metropolis. But what is crucial to the demarcation of a colonial from a neo-colonial system is a transnational diffusion of ethnicity. As soon as a metropolitan society disengages its organization of kinship and citizenship from its international economic synthesis, it already reveals proto-fascist traits. And on this basis, it is easy to see that the radical aspect to the colonial project, the explosion of national identity and the dissipation of metropolitan transcendence, was strangled at birth within Western history, with the emergence of Judeo-Christian race theories, The disaster of world history is that capitalism was never the progressive unwinding of patrilineage through a series of generalized exploit.
Yeah, I guess I'm LOLing at Judeo-Christian race theories. Pretty cloaked verbiage there.
Good old Nick Land.
What's up, boys? My homies. Neuro, you ever been slapped by a monk?
Slapped by a punk? Is that code for something?
I said a monk, boy.
Oh, a monk. Oh, I'll say.
Yeah.
No, but it does sound like something that would be fetishized on the LARPer webs of the
Oh,
Twitter.
chill out, dude. Chill out, man.
Just kidding.
Have you ever heard of Saint Nicholas?
Yeah, I used to talk about him around Christmas time and say, "Old Saint Nick coming down the chimney."
I think you told us about he slapped Arius or something like that.
He slapped him straight up at the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I
So
remember you telling
funny.
us about that.
There's icons of it out there too, like just like straight mollywop. And he got sent to prison too. Like he got sent like to like a little jail cell, you know.
Yeah,
or whatever.
There's the Dragon Ball Z icons where they're like in the stance where they're about to like F somebody up.
So what it was a holy slap actually, and that's something like a lot of people don't understand. It's like there's such thing as a holy slap, dude. It was like he was trying to slap him to his senses. Like, yo, you're talking stupid, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Just slapped him. He couldn't like deal with the fact that he was saying such ridiculous things. Because I guess Arius was saying all this rhetoric that, it's hard. I don't know. I imagine it was just infuriating.
That should be the name of your TikTok account. It should be Monk Slap or something like that.
Get Monk Slap, what?
Well, you see here, we got the Monk Slaps, and we need to bring it back.
I don't think it's probably great for just monks to go around slapping people. You know what I mean?
I mean, look at the world though. Well, look at the world though. I mean, it could probably use a few, a few slaps here and there.
People deserve slaps, dude.
I'm pretty sure soon that'll be a felony just to even say that or think that.
Oh,
they'll have the brain scans ready to go. Like, oh, you thought about slapping someone today? Well, you're obviously a violent offender that needs to be reined in. I'm kind of joking, but not really.
Probably. Well, St. John Chrysostom, he was like, if anyone were to say anything blasphemous, they should fear even the shadows of a Christian if he overheard. I always like that. Like, dang, dude. He ain't playing. And I guess he used to fist fight Arians like that would try to take over Orthodox churches. He would straight go in there and just throw hands with them.
I'm down.
Okay.
Well, I was saying earlier that that the whole passions overcoming the passions is kind of like the Christian thing.
You said what? What did you say?
Well, he was just comparing Mithraism to Christianity. That's all.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Those are fighting words now, Jack.
Sorry, I missed it. I was talking to someone. Say it again.
You were comparing Mithraism to Christianity, bro?
Well, a little. I mean, at least the way that they try to sell Mithraism, yes.
Well, the other day you tried to compare, divine revelation to shamanism. I can't stand you sometimes, dude.
Well, so we were talking about earlier that they have the symbol of the bull and wrestling with the bull as a part of the Mithraism thing. And so I was saying that, like, and he was saying that's like to overcome the passions. And I said, that sounds like what Christianity is supposed to be about, which is maybe why they try to draw the parallels between Mithraism and Christianity. Wrestling with the bull.
Those parallels because they're gay. No, but truthfully, I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you want to say?
Well, I mean, isn't that why you do the baptism? Is like, the waters represent passion, and you go below them, and then you come out of them, or something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're supposed to definitely watch out for our passions, but sometimes anger is righteous. can be righteously angry at something. Example, Christ flipping the tables and the money changers.
Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
When it comes to blasphemy, it's like you're not necessarily giving into passions. You're it's like righteous indignation or something. There's levels to it. Like there's like, I guess intent is really where it comes down to, and what you're doing and what's the purpose of it. But maybe that wasn't what you were asking. I gotta go later, man.
All right, see you, man.
Yeah.
I actually had a serious question. I was going to ask him, did his grandma ever call me an idiot before? Did you ever hear that word before?
No.
It's some sort of like Southern word. I don't know exactly what it's supposed to mean, but you can imagine it's not good. It's like you're being an idiot or something like that. Yeah. He just reminded me of that for some reason. I don't know why. But what do you think that is about the whole like wrestling with the bull versus, because like even the even the Bible says something about like wrestling with God, and that's why they named him Israel or something like that, right? So.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do you think there's anything that can be, safely correlated to that whole thing, or is that just more of like people just trying to read into it, like a Georgiani or something?
I mean, I've heard about like bull, like wolf, or like a lion, representing the heart or the ego, right? Or the thumos, right? Basically, you have to train this part of you, right, for you to prosper. And it's the part that succumbs to honor and hatred and passionate, non-physical forms of emotionalism, right? So it's like
I like the way you worded that. Non-physical forms of what's the last word?
Well, I'm kind of getting it from the actual the definition that was on Wikipedia. It says not a somatic feeling. Right? So I think non-physical emotionalism. And sort of like
non-physical emotionality.
Yeah, like anger, love, honor, like when you feel pride, like for your countrymen, like that sort of thing. Like it's kind of like a weird feeling that you get that's not really in the category of like, oh, I feel mad or sad or something like that. You know what I mean?
Well, so it's almost like idealism. It's like emotional idealism or something like that. I'm just trying to put it in different words.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think it's the opposite of what we have in modernity, which I categorize as disinterested idealism. Right?
So you're telling me it's not a sin? Perfect. No, I'm just kidding. I think you're probably the only person who would get my joke on that, but yeah. But it's like, well, it didn't specifically talk about this form of it's like technical, like it does feel very much like there's like it's like very legalistic, like technicality theology, like, well, technically if we work this way and this way, then we won't technically be in error, and then God will bless the project or something.
Yeah, and I think that's an occult tendency too. I said this before that they tend to work where there's unanswered questions, there's mysteries, then they tend to make up a bunch of shit. Right at the part where usually a really good discussion should be had about how mysterious everything is, right? They provide solutions.
I think we had a conversation like that just yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but yeah. That was a very interesting conversation. I'm a little bit sad it didn't that I kind of well, it was already derailed by the time I suggested DPH, but that was a very interesting line of argumentation about self initiation versus
Yeah, I like the terminology he used. He said a word, I think he said I don't know exactly what it was. It was techno something. He said techno millenarianism or something like that, or
yeah. What do you think that means? Because actually DPH uses that term quite a lot.
I think he's pointing at what I was pointing at in some of those Judaism specials, that that the idea of modernism and Zionism and all this type of stuff is basically linked. That the Kabbalah and the idea of a nation state and having a national identity and all of those things are linked, and then how it's linked to dispensationalism and Kabbalism, right? So I think he clearly wants to tie it to Protestantism, right? But I think that's, in some sense, I would say that's a cop out, although they are trying to talk more about the Jews as well, as we saw yesterday. So I don't know what direction DPH is going, but I mean, but then you saw some of the other stuff, the stuff with Pat Buchanan, and it's the guy held up a Pat Buchanan book, and then
Well, who were we talking to that brought that up, or what video did we watch that brought up that neocon?
that was Southern Israelite that was bringing that up.
Yeah. That's right. Yep. Sorry. Yeah,
But other people have
I was
brought.
talking to.
Yeah, but other people have brought it up too because
Yeah, I'm gonna be indisposed for a minute. I can hear, but I can't really respond. So just give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry. But just give me just a 5 minute or less.
Yeah, for sure.
Relations associated with a transcultural exogamy, leading to an uncontrollable eruption of feminine, i.e., migrant, alterity into the father's heartland, and thus to the emergence of a radical or ethnically disruptive and post patriarchal synthesis. Instead, kinship and trade were systematically isolated from each other so that the internationalization of the economy was coupled with an entrenchment of xenophobic, nationalistic kinship practices, maintaining a concentration of political and economic power within an isolated and geographically sedentary ethnic stock. Thus, when we discuss capital in its historical concreteness, we are simultaneously discussing a frustration of the cultural tendency of human societies towards expansive exogamy. Capital is the point at which a culture refuses the possibility, which it has itself engendered, of pushing the prohibition of incest towards its limit. I want to touch upon this condition of modernity, which can be awkwardly described as patriarchal neo-colonial capital accumulation, but which I shall come to name inhibited synthesis, not as a historian or a political theorist, but as a philosopher. The philosophical task in relation to modernity is that of delineating and challenging the type of thinking which characterizes it. But what we are to understand as thinking is not at all clear in advance. Indeed, the very thought of the in advanced parentheses, which Kant called the a priori, close parentheses, is itself the predominant trait of our contemporary reason. Western societies departed from the stagnant theocracies of the Middle Ages through a series of more or less violent convulsions that have engendered an explosive possibility of novelty on Earth. But these same societies simultaneously shackled this new history by systematically compromising it. This ambiguous movement of enlightenment, which characterizes the emergence of industrial societies trading in commodities, is intellectually stimulated by its own paradoxical nature. An Enlightenment society wants both to learn and to legislate for all time, to open itself to the other, and to consolidate itself from within, to expand indefinitely whilst reproducing itself as the same. Its ultimate dream is to grow whilst remaining identical to what it was, to touch the other without vulnerability. Where the European ancien regime was parochial and insular, modernity is appropriate. It lives in a profound but uneasy relation to an outside that both attracts and repels it, a relation that it precariously resolves within itself on the basis of exploitation or interaction from a position of unilateral mastery. I think it is likely that the volatile mixture of hatred and desire that typifies an exploitative culture bears comparison to the psychology of rape. The paradox of enlightenment, then, is an attempt to fix a stable relationship with what is radically other, since insofar as the other is rigidly positioned within a relation, it is no longer fully other. If before encountering otherness, we already know what its relation to us will be, we have obliterated it in advance. And this brutal denial is the effective implication of the thought of the a priori. Since if our certainties come to us without reference to otherness, we already we always already torn out the tongue of alterity before entering into relation with it. This aggressive logical absurdity, quote, sorry, parentheses, the absurdity of logic itself, close parentheses, reaches its zenith in the philosophy of Kant, whose basic problem was to find an account of the possibility of what he termed synthetic a priori knowledge, which is knowledge that is both given and in advance by ourselves and yet adds to what we know. As we have seen, this problem is the same as that of accounting for the possibility of modernity or enlightenment, which is to say, of the inhibited encounter with alterity. Modern philosophy between René Descartes, 1596 to 1650, and Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, is usually retrospectively understood in terms of the two basic tendencies which we refer to as empiricism and rationalism. No philosopher was a perfect and consistent exemplar of either of these tendencies, but the exponents of each tended to become increasingly radical in one direction or the other. By the time Kant wrote his great critique, The Critique of Pure Reason, he was able to take the writings of David Hume, 1711-76, as definitive for empirical thought, and those of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646 to 1716, as definitive for rationalism. He took the basic argument of the empiricists to be that knowledge is synthetic and a posteriori, meaning that it takes the form of an addition to what is inherent to reason, and thus follows from experience, parentheses, or an encounter with what is outside ourselves, close parentheses. In contrast to this, he saw the rationalists to be arguing that knowledge is characteristically analytic and a priori, meaning that it is derived from what is already inherent to reason, and thus anticipates experience by constructing systems of logical deduction from basic axioms. Knowledge is analytic or synthetic, depending on whether its source is intrinsic or extrinsic to the faculty of reason, and a priori or a posteriori, depending on whether it precedes or succeeds the contact with sensation or with what is outside reason. It is With these pairs of concepts, the analytic synthetic couple and the a priori a posteriori couple, that Kant determines the structure of his own thinking in relation to that of his recent predecessors.
Can you pause just for a second?
Kant thought that both empiricist and rationalist philosophers had accepted the simple alignment of the synthetic with the a posteriori and the analytic with the a priori. That is to say, the relation between these couples had seemed to be itself analytic, so that to speak of analytic a priori judgments would add nothing to the concept of the analytic, or in other words, an analysis of the concept analytic would yield the concept of the a priori.
Can you pause for a second? Sorry.
Within it. This assumption was not accepted by Kant, who realigned the two pairs of concepts in a perpendicular.
Oh, sorry. I hate the way this guy reads just because he kind of like says all this stuff that has like gigantic impacts and he doesn't like qualify it at all. I mean, that's my perspective, but so there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot wrapped up in that. So what do you think about what he's describing here as far as like what do you think he's lacking in the context, I guess you'd say?
Well, I mean, the sort of well, you know, he's applying a Freudian tone, right? So that's actually very interesting, right? And you might want to watch if the video got smoked. Here, let me see if we're still actually up right now. Oh yeah, we're there. Yeah. Just nobody's watching. But yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I think his sort of Freudian ideas where he's sort of applying psychosexual terminology, right? But that's a stylistic approach, right, of postmodernism as well, right? So maybe that's what you find detestable, right? His explanation, him explaining like, like for example, he explained neocolonialism as grape, right? So, but yeah, what do you say?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with it if you qualify, but it's like he just kind of moves past it. Like, okay, well, I wish I could remember what Pill Eater said about this recently, but I'll try to like paraphrase it because I actually asked him about that specific thing about they're pushing this because like if you look at the Asian American TikTok and Instagram and all this, like you've got a very particular like, well, why decolonized us, so now we're going to colonize them back and blah blah blah. It's a very weird like, you know, set of principles they're deploying, I guess you'd say, and it kind of relates to that. It's extremely postmodern, but it's basically like you have to accept these certain framing of history and philosophy and all this by adopting white culture or European terms of progress, but you're doing it to go against it. So it's like you actually become what you're fighting or something like that. It's like it's a very strange ordeal, and it's almost like these people talk against the very thing that they're trying to indoctrinate you into. Almost, it's like a very it's kind of like the black nationalism thing, like, you know, you've been ruled over for 400 years. Now it's time for you to rule over the whitey for 400 years. It's like, okay, so let's just redo it over again or something. I mean, it's like I'm not doing justice what I want to get across. But the other thing that kind of struck me is like he's like a priori versus this, and it's like, well, actually all this assumes that this is a priori and synthetic, and it's like, okay, but like And he's like, well, Descartes rewrote Hume in the sense of this, and it's like, I mean, what do you think he's actually saying? I mean, to me, it sounds like what he's actually saying is like, I mean, basically subjectivism or something, you know? It's like, it's basically like admitting that Nietzsche was right about everything and that we're just going to do pure subjective nihilism as the greatest good or something like. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm getting, but maybe I'm tripping or something. I don't know, but that's kind of what I gleaned from the past couple of minutes.
Yeah, but here's what Nick Land would say to you: what would you rather have, capitalism or technology? And he's gonna say, well, I'll go with the technology, right? And he said there's only two choices, right?
But see, that's what I was saying is like, isn't capitalism just a euphemism? That's the word I was looking for earlier. Isn't capitalism just really a euphemism for technology as the greatest good? You know what I mean? Like, isn't that really what we're talking about? That's what I think is really the whole cover up. And I mean, maybe maybe I'm just a paranoid guy who's been listening to the Machine Lies for too long. That sounds like a good rap. Get Ran over here and put a beat on that. You know what I mean? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, aren't they just trying to scapegoat capitalism when it's really the technology that they're trying to like smuggle into everything? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what Alul says, right? So that's the main reason why I'm starting off by, starting off some of the major presentations on the show by just reading that, right?
Yeah, it's really funny because like even pill eaters come into that conclusion too, and he's read Jacques Ellul, so I'm sure that had some influence on it. But it's really funny. It's like we're all like you really look at the postmodern shit, and I think that's why he hates Mark Fisher. It's like because it's really just another fucking piece of camouflage. You know what I mean? Like they call it acid communism or capitalism realism or whatever the fuck they call it. But it's like it's really like you said. It's like it's really just the status quo, but they just keep renaming it or keep like further encrypting it. You know, like or like using a new form of encryption to sell you the same operating system or some shit. I'm laughing because it's like isn't that what cryptocurrency really is? It's just like it's the same boss. It's the old boss, same as the new boss shit, essentially, right? Like, isn't that really like really what's going on? Like, I'm just laughing to myself because like it's becoming more and more apparent. Like after listening to all this stuff, and like, I mean, to me that like it's as clear as day, but I don't know how to explain that to other people. But it just it's like, how can we encrypt language to make people agree with us while believing that they hate us and hate what we just made them agree to? You know, hijack their non-physical emotions or idealism into. That's actually really funny in a sadistic kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, they want to say that, we can kill capitalism with the technology, but what it really is that we can finally have communism if we use technology, right? So it's kind of weird.
Right. Well, and what they said earlier too is like the irony of the whole thing is like they basically have admitted that communism is capitalism, but we're just going to call it communism and feel good about it. Essentially, it's like, and really, this is what Mark Fisher was saying is like all this actually leads to total inward death or Malthusianism or whatever term you want to put on it, right? So it's like we want to make it seem like we're really against it, but actually we need to go. And it's kind of what you said on one of your presentations at the beginning of all this, where you said that it's like Marx knew that you had to be hyper-capitalist to get to the real communism from the beginning, and you just said that a few minutes ago. But it's like, what does that actually mean? Well, doesn't that ultimately mean that that it's not only gay space communism, but actually we're going to go into the real outer space is inner space, aka upload your mind, non-physical, object-oriented ontology. All you know what I mean? Like that's the actual implication, and this is what made Pilliter go crazy because I think that's the conclusion that he came to. The closer he got to the whole Nick Land, Fisher, Zizek, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And it makes you wonder, like, is that intended? Like, do they know that they're going towards, you know, I guess the abyss, or is that, or is it just that they're like, well, I can't.
Well, you got cut off in the middle of that sentence there.
You're right there. Hi.
Particular fashion to form a grid, thus yielding 4 permutations. He granted the elimination of any analytic a posteriori knowledge, but clung doggedly to the possibility of knowledge that would be both synthetic and a priori. This new conception of knowledge was relevant to an object that had not previously been formulated, the conditions of experience. Kant described his Copernican revolution in philosophy as a shift from the question, what must the mind be like in order to know, to the question, what must objects be like in order to be known? The answer to this latter question would provide a body of synthetic a priori knowledge, telling us about experience without being derived from experience. It would justify the emergence of knowledge that was both new and timelessly certain, grounding the Enlightenment culture of a civilization confronting an ambiguous dependence upon novelty. Because a developed knowledge of the conditions of experience presupposes a relation to the outside, it is synthetic and not analytic, but because it concerns the pure form of the relation as such and not the sensory material involved in the relation, it is a priori and not a posteriori. It is solely concerned with the forms of appearance, or the unchanging manner in which things must be if they are to be for us. Kant calls this pure form of synthesis transcendental, and opposes it to the inconsistent content of synthesis, with which the empiricists had been concerned, and which he calls empirical. Kant's
Yeah, and this is what Nietzsche, you know, basically rejects in the beginning of, you know, Beyond Good and Evil that we were, you know, reading, as he's basically giving a strong rejection of this concept of synthetic a priori.
object is thus the universal form of the relation to alterity, that which must of necessity be the same in the other in order for it to appear to us. This universal form is that which is necessary for anything to be an offer for experience. It is the exchange value that first allows a thing to be marketed to the Enlightenment mind. Between medieval scholasticism and Kant, Western reason moves from a parochial economy to a system
So sorry, can you? Sorry to ask it. Sorry to ask you to pause it already, but can you repeat what you said about Nietzsche? I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, I was saying that he basically rejects German idealism in the beginning of Beyond Good and Evil, right? The thing that I was reading on the show the other day. So it's important to note that.
So put that in layman's terms for uneducated people like me.
Because remember, in the last video, we were looking at the idea that, I mean, that he was, I mean, putting it in terms of Nietzsche. You know, that Fisher had found affinity with Nietzsche, right? Let me go ahead and find that again.
Well, I mean about the whole Nietzsche rejected what? He rejected a priori synthetic.
Yeah, the transcendental knowledge.
So basically, so put that in layman's terms. And I'm not just being annoying. Like I actually want to understand exactly what does that imply? Is what I'm really asking.
Well, basically, there's two types of knowledge, right? There's a priori knowledge and there's a posteriori knowledge, right? And there's also two categories of knowledge, synthetic and analytic, right? Now, analytic forms of knowledge, right? They're concrete, right? Synthetic forms of knowledge are abstract, right? And then basically a priori is stuff that you don't reach through your senses, right? So it's stuff that you would reach through reason, right? That's why Kant's whole analysis is called critique of pure reason, right?
Right. So
he's saying
sorry.
So basically Kant is saying there's no such thing as pure reason, right? And so he's saying that reason, quote unquote, is basically a priori knowledge, right? That's basically synthetic, right? And that puts it in a therefore he puts it in a transcendental category, right? So Kant basically establishes these categories, right? And but yeah. So that's more, I don't know if I kind of explained it there,
Yeah. So I'm sorry. So Nietzsche specifically rejected.
Yeah.
He rejected exactly what? Sorry. Say it one more time.
He rejected the synthetic a priori itself in the beginning of Beyond Good and Evil.
So the
Yeah.
synthetic a priori meaning basically anything that you have to infer based on sense data. Is that what it means? Is that like another way of putting it?
No, he accepted that.
Okay,
But he
good. That's
he
good.
rejected transcendental knowledge. So he rejected the foundation of German idealism.
Give me an example of that, because like my example would be like he rejected, like if you have to use an instrument to measure the distance of a star by light years, then he would reject that.
Well, that's
Am I
what.
correct?
That's what Nick Land tied it to. He said that Kant was making a revolution that how you could have knowledge of an object itself, rather than yourself in relation to, your position in the universe, right? So he's saying that it was a Copernican revolution of the senses. You know what I mean? And a lot of people felt that. They said, yeah.
Chat, by the way.
I'm sorry. What was that stuff?
I think there's a good example of the contrast of that in the chat.
Yeah.
The little interaction that we just had. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just put it like this. Like, I definitely lean on the Nietzschean side on that for sure. I mean, like, I'm definitely biased in that direction for sure. And yeah, I don't know where to go from there, but yeah, I definitely lean in the Nietzschean direction.
Yeah. So look at this is what we saw before. You guys might have not seen it, but yeah. Whoops.
Culture often made us human into museum pieces. Everything is objectified, it's commodified. With Fukuyama's idea that we have reached the apex with liberal capitalism after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Mark Fisher believes that critical insight into late cap.
See, that's not Fukuyama. That's actually him quoting. I'm actually Fukuyama quoting Hegel, right? So
capitalism is often Nietzschean rather than Marxist. Nietzsche wrote about the overflow of history into the human condition. We have replaced human engagement in life, culture, and politics into spectatorship. We retroactively learn what it is to be human. We retroactively examine truth rather than engage into activities that make it so. Fisher quotes, Nietzsche's most prescient pages are those in which he describes the oversaturation of an age with history. It leads an age into a dangerous mood of irony in regard to itself. He wrote in Untimely Meditations and subsequently into the even more dangerous mood of cynicism, in which cosmopolitan fingering, a detached spectatorialism, replaces engagement and involvement. This is the
See, and then he goes into Kurt Cobain, right? And how he thought that, you know, even his critique of his own suffering was like a joke, right?
No, well, it is, and again, I think that's. See, I'll put it like this: I think that's why he related to the Buddha thing, because, like, at least our, you know, theosophical version. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I don't know if you guys. Yes. Okay, so at least in our theosophical version of Buddhism and the Eastern philosophies, there is kind of like this weird comedy about it, I guess you'd say. And I would definitely say that Cobain took that approach. And again, I think it's very similar to Nietzsche, where it's like, it's not necessarily that you reject Christianity outright. It's more that people have taken these things like Christianity and made it into a nihilistic joke. And so you have to make a joke against the joke. But even in doing that, you become a part of the joke in and of itself. So it's almost like you're trying to reject nihilism, but you can't escape it. Essentially, that's the way I would characterize it. And I mean, that's one of the reasons I like both Nietzsche and Cobain, because I think they were, you know, I definitely can relate to how that feels, because it does feel like there's really no other game to play if you want to go the Discordian EBT route. You know what I mean? But maybe that makes a little sense.
Yeah, if you want to take over the show in 10 minutes, or I can also play some stuff.
Oh no, I'm about to get. I have to jump off here in 10 minutes. So 10 minutes ish. So, but yeah, do you got to go do something else, or do you got to? I don't know if you're going to start a show today or not. So,
I gotta go talk to my wife. After that, I don't know. You know, I could do a show.
Yeah. Well, why don't we go ahead and wrap it up, and then that way you can go prepare and relax, and then we can do your show later maybe, and then. But what do you think about what I was saying there about the whole rejecting nihilism, but you're still a part of nihilism or whatever, you know?
Yeah, well, that's kind of the critique that they're making, and I'd like that same critique with technology, right? That, like you were saying, like, you know, it's an adequate critique, but only if they make it with technology, right? In terms of, you know, that they were saying that, you know, the capitalist system affects you on a psychological level. So even your rejection of it is a reflection of the same values that it imparts, right? So I think that is essentially true with technology more than it is with capitalism, right? So I think that's a great place to, you know, start a conversation, right? Or powerful reflection on what we just witnessed, right? And, let me play something. The neural might come back here. Let's see what happens.
Infamous, like, yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Niggas don't know, son. They don't know. I'ma let them know. You know? Yeah. Shit is real on the motherfucking hill, God. Times is hard, bitch, you blur, kid, I can't see far. Thinking, will I be the next nigga deceased? over some bullshit beef. I pack heat. Son, it's 96 and I ain't going out like that. Never roll a dolo cause my crew got my back and it's a fact. Niggas don't know how to act till I cop back, react, leave them laying on their back. Sometimes I try to maintain and chill. Stop my brain for thinking, restrain for grabbing my skill. I'm stressed out, trying to live right on the wrong route. Thinking the ways to get loot a large amount. So I chill on the block. Nigga respect mines. I get with the Mac and the motherfucking Tech 9s. So pack steel if you come through. Front if you want to. Before you do so, let me warn you. We more infamous. Crime shit. Take it to the gap. Fuck the rhyme shit. You reminded of what the 9 did. Remanded. QBC, then left stranded. We cock cannons. Punishing the backhanded.
In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. Yo, I'll leave your whole body twisted when you get lifted, and police will have to fist and run ballistics on a biscuit. Another statistic. I tried to chill, but you insisted coming all in my district. I don't know why the fuck you risk it. I be one deep, walking the streets, back in the heat. Bring the cow meat, you lift it off your feet, leave you sleeping on the concrete. Get blown at home or whatever's on your own. Get you flown to your dome, blow chromosomes out your flesh and bones. Hitman for hire, who's the next one to expire? Suited up in black attire, hit you up with rapid fire. The stainless biscuit will leave your brain smoking, your whole frame broken and clothes soaking, head blown the fuck open. Try to step inside of my fort and get caught with the trade pound short and left on the sidewalk in New York. To decompose, blood flows, eye holes in your clothes, eyes closed, body be froze, posing for bitches with the rolls. Head to your toes, look like you got wetted with a hose. The road you chose got your brains drained through your nose, nigga. So who be committing crimes, dangerous minds, but two to your spine, lay you down behind enemy lines when we cross it, and leave you leaking like a broken faucet. The underworld production family, keep reinforcing.
Yo, when shit get real, it ain't what you expected. Me and my kickos is known to get hectic. Only the wreck shit, many slugs in all directions. Make you see the light where my shots make connections. Niggas get their face split in section. Shook using ice grill looks for their protection. We absorb everything you fear and indulge in a crime-filled atmosphere. This shit ain't nothing new. It's only things that we used to. Stick niggas on the F through to the E train. When it's time to recruit, I humble on the D train. See my man D only to purchase my cocaine. Word to my newborn seed. A nigga gotta make loot to support greed. On the wild side of the fence, so shit is on the verge of explosion. It's so cold you might get frozen if you leave yourself vulnerable. And time lapsing, fools collapsing and caught up and gun clapping. No matter who you are, if you know many faces, I don't discriminate. My shot bleed all races and cultures. We sorta like vultures, eating your inside like oces and pause niggas posters, nigga.
In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. Fire squad up to my house. You know what I'm saying? Keeping it real. 718.
Bomba clock.
Yeah. Anybody see me stand up for televised? Denise? I know you have.
What's he saying? Nobody stands up for him? See.
Yeah, it's the normal shit. Kind of rude.
The crew is the glue, but the caliphate is the state.
It is the
I like
exchange
the
value
state.
that first
The state.
allows a thing to be marketed to the Enlightenment mind. Between medieval scholasticism and Kant, Western reason moves from a parochial economy to a system in which, abandoning the project of repressing the traffic with austerity, one resolves instead to control the system of trade. With the overthrow of the Ancien regime, it became impossible to simply exclude novelty. It could only be appropriated, stamped with a constant form, and integrated into an immutable formal system. In The Elementary Structure of Kinship, Claude Levi Strauss notes the frequent distinction made by various societies between normal and rich food. Normal food is consumed by its producers as a means to their subsistence, while rich food is given to another to consume and received from another. This is not primarily based upon a differentiation of social classes within a system of production, but rather upon a differentiation between tribes or separate systems of production. The difference between rich food and normal food maps onto the difference between filiation parentheses, relation by blood, close parentheses, and alliance, parentheses, relation by marriage, close parentheses. This is because rich food occupies the position of women within a marriage system regulated by patrilineal exogamy, with its producer renouncing it for himself.
Yeah, what's really funny is that, you know, being from the third world, right? If you go to a first world country, right, it's really amazing to like go to like McDonald's or Burger King. And they have McDonald's and Burger Kings in their own country, but only rich people can eat there. That's why. Right? And you never get the same stuff there that you would get in an American restaurant, right? But yeah.
And thus echoing the prohibition of incest. What is of particular philosophical interest, however, is that it also marks a distinction between the rational, analytic, and the empirical, synthetic, and thus defines a terrain upon which we can sketch an economy of knowledge. Rich food comes from outside the system, and contortions undergone by structural anthropology in its project to recapture it within an expanded system of relations replay Kant's efforts to reduce synthesis to an expanded horizon of unchanging forms. If rich food is the primordial element of trade, it metamorphosis its metamorphosis into the modern commodity can be seen as as a suppression of radical synthesis, the problematic process which provides enlightenment reason with its object of thought. The cultural inhibition of synthesis takes a form that Levi Strauss calls dual organization. A dual organization arises when two groups form a closed system of reciprocal exchange in which each consumes the rich food and marries the women of the other. Such organizations reproduce themselves culturally through shared myths articulated around basic dualities, parentheses, day, night, sun, moon, upriver, downriver, etc., close parentheses. The function of these myths is to capture alterity within a system of rules, to provide it with an identity, and to exclude the possibility of radically different. It should not surprise us, therefore, that Kant inherited a philosophical tradition whose decisive concepts were organized into basic couples: spirit, matter, form, content, abstract, concrete, universal, particular, etc. He delineates some basic structures of this tradition in the section of the Critique of Pure Reason called Transcendental Dialectic.
Yeah, I offered my wife to come and talk, but she said her tablet's downstairs. To talk to Zephyr.
Oh, that'd be cool. I've like not really had a whole lot of opportunity to chat with your lady.
Yeah, she's been on stream before, but it was a while ago.
Yeah, no, I wasn't around really much.
In this section, he
But that'd be
interprets
cool.
this dichotomous heritage as a problem, parentheses, to which Kant gives the name antinomy, close parentheses, and initiates a new phase of Western philosophy, now characterized as the critique of metaphysics. Kant argues that the tendency of previous metaphysics to conceive coherent but unpersuasive and antagonistic intellectual systems resulted from the application of pure parentheses, transcendental close parentheses, concepts to arguments concerning the nature of things in themselves parentheses, noumena close parentheses. The critical philosophy, therefore, restricts the jurisdiction of all concepts to the realm of possible appearance, parentheses, intuition, close parentheses, suggesting, as we have seen, that the a priori form of knowledge have no purchase on any reality transcending the phenomenon. Oppositional terms are no longer accepted as descriptions capturing reality, but are interpreted as pure forms of reason that can only be meaningfully deployed theoretically when applied to objects of possible appearance, which fall within the legislative domain of the faculty, which Kant calls the understanding, Verstand. Since reality is itself a transcendental concept, Kant's usage of a distinction between appearance and reality to restrict the deployment of pure concepts already suggests a crucial difficulty with his project, since every attempt to formulate a relation or distinction between the phenomenal and noumenal realms, parentheses, the world as it appears to us or is understood, and the world as it is in itself, close parentheses, must itself relapse into the pre-critical and illegitimate deployment of conceptual thought. One crucial symptom of this is the structure of Kantian critique itself perpetuates the oppositional form of metaphysical thought, since its resolution of the antinomies depends upon the mobilization of further dichotomies, in particular those of transcendental empirical, phenomenon noumenon, concept intuition, and analysis synthesis. In other words, Kant still wants to say something about radical alterity, even if it is only that it has no relevance to us. Yet he has deprived himself of the right to all speculation about the nature of what is beyond appearance. The vocabulary that would describe the other of metaphysics is itself inscribed within metaphysics, since the inside and outside are both conceptually determined from the inside, within a binary myth or cultural symptom of dual organization. It is thus the inhibition of synthesis, the delimitation of alterity in advance, that sets up the modern form of the ontological question: how do we know that matter exists? That the very existence of materiality is problematic for Enlightenment thought is symptomatic of the colonial trading systems that correspond to it. Alterity cannot be registered unless it can be inscribed within the system, according to the interconnected axis of exchange value and the patronymic, or in other words, as a commodity with an owner. What falls outside this recognized form is everything that resists commodification, the primordial independence that antedates the constitution of the destitute proletarian. As I have suggested, this inchoate mass of more or less explicit resistance to capital is isolated outside the metropolis by a combination of automatic economic processes, the concentration of poverty, and restrictive kinship practices. Modern capital has therefore brought about a fundamental dislocation between filiation and alliance by simultaneously deregulating alliance and abstracting it from all kinship implications. The primordial anthropological bond between marriage and trade is dissolved in order that capital can ethnically and geographically quarantine its consequences from itself. The question of racism, which arises under patriarchal capital, is the default of a global trade in women, parentheses, a parochialism in the system of misogynistic violence, the non-emergence of a transcultural exogamy, close parentheses, is thus more complex than it might seem, and is bound in profound but often paradoxical ways to the functioning of a patriarchy and capital. Systemic racism is a sign that class positions within the general parentheses, transnational, close parentheses, economy are being distributed on a racial basis, which implies an effective, if not a juridical, apartheid. Kant was able to remain bourgeois without overtly promoting racism only because he also remained an idealist, or in other words, a Christian, parentheses, a cunning Christian, as Nietzsche calls him, close parentheses, and identified universality with ideality rather than with power. Kant's economy of the concept, which is the assimilation of experience into a system of exchange values.
Yeah, I gotta agree with what Nietzsche said about Kant, but again, why rehash what Nietzsche said about Kant? Right? It's all really very strange. Right?
Yeah,
When that's only yeah.
I had a really hard time getting through Critique of Pure Reason. I mean,
Oh yeah,
the
it's pure nonsense, right?
it's
Good lord.
not though. It's really it actually does make some sense, but it's
I
like
don't really like it that much.
the
I
a
think it's very
priori.
schizophrenic.
Yeah, yeah, but the a priori does make a lot of sense because I find that it to be like sort of the intuition.
Yeah, I like intuitive, but I just don't like that space and time are intuitive dimensions and such things. I mean, right? Pre empirical. So
Yeah. I kind of think everything is a little bit. I think time really does screw things up. Um, and you have to have a certain
yeah, that's
mindset
one
to.
thing that you said a lot is simultaneity,
Yeah,
right? And I think Kant that implodes the Kantian concept.
it sort of does, but it also doesn't because we don't experience it in simultaneity naturally. It's something I personally have had to practice a lot, and I'm still really not good at it. That's why I'm retardy.
Yeah, but simultaneity is much more of a real thing than universalism. And I think that's where I think Nietzsche understood a lot. About Kant's philosophy.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that for sure. Although I don't know exactly what you mean by universality as a versus.
Well, let me go back like maybe 2 or 3 minutes because he says something like that here. Because he's saying that Nietzsche said that Kant was a cunning sort of a Christian that believed in universalism or whatever.
Sorry, kitty, 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 kitty.
The vocabulary that would describe the other of metaphysics is itself inscribed within metaphysics, since the inside and outside are both conceptually determined from the inside, within a binary myth or cultural symptom of dual organization. It is thus the inhibition of synthesis, the delimitation of alterity in advance, that sets up the modern form of the ontological question: how do we know that matter exists? That the very existence of materiality is problematic for Enlightenment thought is symptomatic of the colonial trading systems that correspond to it. Alterity cannot be registered unless it can be inscribed within the system, according to the interconnected axis of exchange value and the patronymic, or in other words, as a commodity with an owner. What falls outside this recognized form is everything that resists commodification, the primordial independence that antedates the constitution of the destitute proletarian. As I have suggested, this inchoate mass of more or less explicit resistance to capital is isolated outside the metropolis by a combination of automatic economic processes, the concentration of poverty, and restrictive kinship practices. Modern capital has therefore brought about a fundamental dislocation between filiation and alliance by simultaneously deregulating alliance and abstracting it from all kinship implications. The primordial anthropological bond between marriage and trade is dissolved in order that capital can ethnically and geographically quarantine its consequences from itself. The question of racism, which arises under patriarchal capital, is the default of a global trade in women, parentheses, a parochialism in the system of misogynistic violence, the non-emergence of a transcultural exogamy, close parentheses, is thus more complex than it might seem, and is bound in profound but often paradoxical ways to the functioning of a patriarchy and capital. Systemic racism is a sign that class positions within the general parentheses transnational close parentheses economy are being distributed on a racial basis, which implies an effective, if not a juridical, apartheid. Kant was able to remain
Okay, and here he gets to the point here.
bourgeois without overtly promoting racism, only because he also remained an idealist, or in other words, a Christian. Parentheses, a cunning Christian, as Nietzsche calls him. Close.
That sounds like Cynthia a little bit.
Yeah, Cynthia definitely combines Nietzsche and Christianity. But,
Yeah, not that that's a bad thing 100%. I'm not saying that whatsoever, and it's not a dig on her. I'm just saying noticing a little bit of a correlation.
yeah, well, she has an interesting idea about Christianity. She's kind of a more universalist type of a Christian too, right? Because she believes that women
Yeah.
and gay people should be in the church and all this type of stuff.
Yeah, well, but what's really weird is like she is starting to get it, the beyond good and evil part, at least. And that's some progress, I guess. I guess that's good. I think it is. And she and I get along okay. We're fine. I kind of like pushed her a little bit today, but I don't know if you noticed if you saw that, but probably not. You're busy
I
doing
saw a
other
little
things.
bit of it. I saw maybe 2 or 3 minutes of it, but I tried to stay away from that show because of what happened there yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and I thought it's taking a bad turn. So, other than listening to some of Freedom Grower's powerful, perceptive analyses, I mean, there's really nothing more I could really benefit from hearing that over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think of what he's saying here? He's saying that sort of, exogenous transcultural systems get born out of this idea of capitalism, right? And that it basically that Kant was a racist, right? But he didn't want to admit it. He was just trying to Christianize his bourgeois sort of mentality, and and all these
I
kind of
think
ideas.
yeah, I think that he was definitely. I mean, I think everybody back then kind of was to a degree or one degree or another, probably a lot more so than now. It was like way more obvious anyways. Maybe it's still about the same amount of racism. I'm not sure, but it's probably more pervasive back then, I would imagine, but I don't live there. And I don't have a lot of memories from there. But yeah, I think that the misogyny and racism and those are all like symptomatic of the control structure which wants to own things materially. I think it's definitely attached to that, uh, including people. So yeah, I could definitely see that being the case.
It's just such a weird like couple of few um reflections that he gives here. And honestly, like, I mean, it pairs off with the idea that he mentioned in the beginning that incest is sort of like racial supremacy. And
Yeah,
then
that didn't work out. Eee.
yeah, so it was pretty interesting. He said that basically, capitalism is as far away into the prohibition of incest that modern societies will come to or whatever, because it's about trying to interbreed with their own race so fervently that capitalism pushes the boundaries. It tries to commodify other cultures, and in that it creates a transracial system. So I'm just gonna go back and play this one more time. It's super weird, mainly just for Reddington here.
Yeah, yeah, and then we can discuss the feminine side of that too. What that aspect was with the you know patriarchy and
With
how that
trading the
used to.
women, where the women become like it's like sexual capital.
The genetic diversity, like they had to control it, so
He's
of
saying
course
that
that.
capitalism is basically patriarchy, in a way, because
Yeah.
you need capital, because capitalism basically decides who gets to breed, because you need the goodies. So
To
yeah,
some degree.
To
Yeah.
some degree, because now it's all algos with Tinder, and people are just meeting other people at the rule of the algos.
I don't know. I never met anybody that I procreated with on a dating app, even though I use dating apps like in between relationships, long term ones. But I mostly found a lot of friends. But they probably weren't that
Not
happy about doing it.
necessarily dating apps either.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything on the internet has an algo attached to it.
Yeah, I think that if you understand how it works, you can definitely manipulate it back. It's not just manipulating you, but most
course.
people don't want to do that because it's like it kind of like, well, this is easy. So, and comfort, I know comfort is not good. You have to like do the work, or else it doesn't work. But most people are happy with just letting things happen like that because it's easier.
The vocabulary that would describe the other of metaphysics is itself inscribed within metaphysics, since the inside and outside are both conceptually determined from the inside within a binary myth or cultural symptom of dual organization. It is thus the inhibition of synthesis, the delimitation of alterity in advance, that sets up the modern form of the ontological question: how do we know that matter exists? That the very existence of materiality is problematic for Enlightenment thought is symptomatic of the colonial trading systems that correspond to it. Alterity cannot be registered unless it can be inscribed within the system, according to the interconnected axis of exchange value and the patronymic, or in other words, as a commodity with an owner. What falls outside this recognized form is everything that resists commodification, the primordial independence that antedates the constitution of the destitute proletarian. As I have suggested, this inchoate mass of more or less explicit resistance to capital is isolated outside the metropolis by a combination of automatic economic processes, the concentration of poverty, and restrictive kinship practices. Modern capital has therefore brought about a fundamental dislocation between filiation and alliance by simultaneously deregulating alliance and abstracting it from all kinship implications. The primordial anthropological bond between marriage and trade is dissolved in order that capital can ethnically and geographically quarantine its consequences from itself. The question of racism, which arises under patriarchal capital, is the default of a global trade in women, parentheses, a parochialism in the system of misogynistic violence, the non-emergence of a transcultural exogamy, close parentheses, is thus more complex than it might seem, and is bound in profound but often paradoxical ways to the functioning of a patriarchy and capital. Systemic racism is a sign that class positions within the general parentheses transnational close parentheses economy are being distributed on a racial basis, which implies an effective, if not a juridical, apartheid. Kant was able to remain bourgeois without overtly promoting racism only because he also remained an idealist, or in other words, a Christian, parentheses, a cunning Christian, as Nietzsche calls him, close parentheses.
There you have it.
I guess I missed the poetry part.
Indeed. Yeah, but yeah, alterity is, you know, basically transnationalism, and it's basically brought about by this idea of synthesis within Kantian, metaphysics. So he's trying to say that Kant was basically trying to talk about the discovery of the other, without putting his finger on it. You know what I mean? Which is pretty interesting. So he's imbibing Kantian epistemology and saying that it's basically just a commentary on transracialism.
But it's never just what you think it is. He was right about it being that, but I don't think it's just that. So you think Kant is like just total bullshit? You don't understand it at all? Like the a priori thing is as an intuition doesn't make any sense? Or what? I can take pushback too. Give it.
I mean, I guess intuition and a priori is not the same thing. Kant calls it intuition. I like the idea of intuition, but I think that he relegates it to a very small capacity. I mean, right? I think intuition is to my mind, knowledge without memory, and I think that it pairs off rather well with instinct, right? Which I think is its animalistic counterpart, right?
Yeah, totally. And that
And I
video that I
think that
posted.
Kant totally misses this other thing, which is instinct. I mean,
Yeah, he does. He does miss that. And what's really weird is the video that I posted in the back.
so wait, hold on. There's your pushback.
Yeah.
How's that for pushback, lady?
That was pretty good. And it brought up the point of instinct, which is totally I totally get that. And it happened to lead on to this video that I posted in the back. That thing, have you seen it? I posted it yesterday in the Discord. it is like an illustration. The guy, it's not even that long either, but the guy talks about like the development of consciousness and like of a human and the different levels that it can be at, and the whole freaking thing made total sense to me, and that rarely happens. So I just thought I would point out, because it starts with the intellect that is very instinctual, like babies like have the instinct to cry and eat, and that's level 1. Animals are like that too. They a little bit more complex, maybe level 2. Conformity is like level 4, which we're like most of humanity is probably level 4 to 6 is what he said.
So they didn't get past the reptilian brain part.
Oh no, there are people that have gotten past it, and there are quite a lot of them on the planet right now, I think.
I mean, majority of the people probably haven't, though.
No,
They're
not
just
yet. But they think that which is kind of funny, because they said around like level 6, people think they're like level 9, and I can see that. But you can't skip levels really either. I think that you kind of can in some ways, because circumstance sometimes, but most people that happens to probably go crazy.
Yeah, but I totally reject that you know intuition has anything to do with empiricism, right? That's another thing that I think that I think he creates this notion of intuition, so that he could make room for empiricism, and a lot of people, especially theologians, did not like the fact that he cleaved apart morality from reason, right? Because sometimes it makes sense
Uh-oh.
to do the right
She
thing.
might have pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, but it's okay. Yeah. But
Well,
yeah, blessings to them.
I mean, that's kind of like a dichotomy between the brain and the heart, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because the brain is, well, at least the left side, the brain is logical and
it's indicative of modernism, right?
Yeah, uses reason, whereas the heart uses love.
Right.
But you need both.
Yeah, and then it brings in this whole idea that morality and art are like these art, they're like these, they're not based on reason, so they're these domains that are just purely abstract. And I just fucking hate that compromise. Right?
Is that the new Kite?
There's a cute cat.
And identified universality with ideality rather than with power. Kant's economy of the concept, which is the assimilation of experience into a system of exchange values, is irresistible in principle and thus does not recognize a problem of rebellion. It is only with the implicit recognition of the need for a systemic evacuation of rebellion from the metropolis by means of a geographically distorted labor market that racism arises in its contemporary form, which is ultimately that of the restricted franchise (parentheses, on a national basis) close parentheses, over the political management of the global means of production. It is no longer a question of taxation without representation (parentheses, except by means of interest payments) close parentheses, but rather of a metropolitan capital seeking to abstract itself from all political reference, becoming offshore, although not to the extent that it loses its geopolitical condition of existence, parentheses, the US war machine, close parentheses. The increasingly rigorous differentiation of marriage from trade or politics from economics finds its ultimate conceptual definition in the thought of a moral agency which is utterly impervious to learning, communication, or exchange. It is in his second critique, the critique of practical reason, that Kant capitalizes upon the ethno-ethical consequences of the first, that justice must be prosecuted without negotiation. Kant's moral theory is an ethics of appropriative modernity and breaks with the parochial or scriptural morality of the Ancien Regime. Where Judaic Christian and Islamic moral codes served as legitimations of imperial projects in their periods of ascendancy, Kantian morality is inversely legitimated by the position of imperial or universal jurisdiction. Only that is moral which can be demanded of every rational being unconditionally in the name of an ultra-empire that Kant calls the empire of ends, Reich der Zweck. The law of this empire is called the categorical imperative, which means a law stemming solely from the purity of the concept, and thus dictated by the absolute monologue of colonial reason. In the purity of categorical morality, the incestuous bloodline of the pharaohs is still detectable, but sublimated into an impersonal administration. The law is that which cannot be legitimately discussed, and which is therefore an unresponsive or unilateral imposition. It is not difficult to see that the second critique distills the xenophobic violence of the first and elevates it to the most extreme possible fanaticism, where theoretical knowledge is open to a limited negotiation with alterity. Practical or moral certainty is forbidden from entering into relation with anything outside itself, except to issue commands. Kant's practical subject already prefigures a deaf Führer, barking impossible orders that seem to come from another world. Kant makes a further strenuous effort to push forward the horizon of a priori
What's up?
synthesis
What are y'all doing?
in his third critique, the critique of judgment. If the first critique corresponds to appropriative economy or commodification, and the second critique corresponds to imperial jurisdiction, the third critique.
Here, check out what he just said. Maybe 2 minutes ago. I think it was 2
Kant,
minutes ago.
Capital and the Prohibition of Incest by Nicholas. What? Okay.
It's a lot of 50-cent words in here.
Yeah, but the whole
Why does that
idea.
seem like a Thorpe topic, dude? What's that? What's that?
Yeah,
What's that,
definitely
Trombone?
goes in because it's I mean, so this is one of the main writings of accelerationism, right? So he's talking about Kant, how Kant created universalism, and he says that Kant's universalism is akin to modernist ideas, the same as Judeo-Christian law systems were akin to the imperial jurisdiction in the previous age.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't know. What?
So it's wild. And think about it. They're using Kant for Christian, I mean, as an argument for Christianity. I'm talking about people like Jay Dyer. So it's so interesting.
Right. You know, and what's so funny about this, if you read Father Seraphim's Orthodox Survival course, he kind of picks these guys apart. You know, he explains their hang up. He explains why it's not, you know, appropriate for an Orthodox Christian to view things like that, because it's, you know, coming right out of the Enlightenment. You know, it's coming out of these philosophers putting you know, human logic and reason over God, and these guys think they can do that because it just fits their purpose, because they want to be political commentators, and they want to spar with atheists. And like it's clearly rooted in feeling like your belief system isn't good enough, so use their terms and give up all the spiritual aspects of your beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, as I think somebody else was alluding to, yeah, he definitely. I mean, I'm talking about Seraphim Rose. He was definitely aware of postmodernism and all those ideas. Um, so, in terms of what the guy's saying here, but these guys really try to stretch it. And it's not strange for them to bring in sexual and racial themes, into the discussion. You know, where otherwise it wouldn't really be any pretense for it. But see, that's what they're using to collapse these ideas of universalism, right? So that's part and parcel of their accelerationist ideology.
Absolutely. And a big part of it, what I've noticed is mistaking the church organization for the organism, and I mean, reverse that, mistaking our view as the church as an organization, and then you have these idealistic values where you can like sort of assimilate your secular worldview into the church and bring it in. And yeah, it's kind of it's pretty foul, honestly. And they pass it off as orthodoxy, but it's almost the same way that scientists use philosophy. It's like they're using religion as a way to solidify their arguments. So it's like you can't argue against it, because it's like, well, this is the God-given truth. But they're not really using God in their arguments, are they? It's like something else.
Yeah, but this is crazy what he says here about Judeo-Christian. I hope I don't skip the part Judeo-Christian.
Judaic-Christian and Islamic moral codes served as legitimations of imperial projects in their periods of ascendancy. Kantian morality is inversely legitimated by the position of imperial or universal jurisdiction.
Holy cows. Exactly on the spot. And I randomly did that. So that was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Projects in their periods of ascendance, more scriptural morality of the Ancien regime. Were Judaic-Christian and Israel or scriptural morality of the Ancien regime. Where Judaic-Christian and Islamic moral codes served as legitimations of imperial projects in their periods of ascendancy, Kantian morality is inversely legitimated by the position of imperial or universal jurisdiction.
Okay, check that out. Imperial or universal jurisdiction. Right? I feel like quoting this to Jim Bob. It's crazy, huh? But yeah,
Jim Bob is like, but my duties.
Yeah, my duties, because that is a Kantian word that they're borrowing from the idea of the categorical imperative, right? The duties, right? Because it's a universal category, right?
Yep.
Right. So that means that it's a moral duty, right? So so he's
Well, you should watch
saying,
this interview with Dyer and this Metropolitan Jonah, this Puffhausen, all right? This guy pushes all these modernist philosophical beliefs, and then he goes to the Protestants to get his understanding of the Old Testament, and he says things like that. It's not really historical. Like he doesn't even believe in the Old Testament or something. It's real weird stuff, man. This guy Gentle Breeze sort of breaks down all the heresies that this Jonah Puffhausen has pushed, and Dyer has had a long conversation with him, and I mean he doesn't call him out. He basically agrees with him. Same thing we've seen with DPH and the Deacon Ananias guy. It's very strange stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we release that, or I don't know if we release that, or maybe if I want to be careful about releasing that entire thing that we did that one day. But maybe I did release it. But nevertheless, we went on DPH and had a conversation with them. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like I need to go rewatch what we said.
I reposted it, to my community post. I watched it back, and it was pretty solid. We kind of were slipping in ideas, I think, subtly, and that was kind of cool.
You have that on your channel?
Yeah, well, I reposted it in my community post, not like actually like the video repost.
The one that where me and you broke down.
Yeah.
Deacon Ananias and DPH.
Oh no, not that. No. My
okay.
bad. I was confused. I thought you were talking about what we did yesterday.
Oh.
Or we went on the show or whatever.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was like a couple of weeks ago or something, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago or something, maybe a month ago. I don't know. But yeah, that was a great breakdown because it does expose the whole theistic evolution and killism, and which is so funny is that was kind of the topic when we talked to him. And he seemed to be against it, but he wasn't that day, was he?
Wait, you guys went on his live stream?
Yeah, yesterday.
Dang.
Well, that's the thing
that
is that maybe we need to like that's why I'm saying I need to go back and watch what we said there. You get what I'm saying now? Because it's like,
yeah,
what the fuck? Like I need that tape like to reflect on, because he was literally pushing theistic evolution. I mean, we went crazy about it. Right? So yeah, so we got to go back and watch that and then maybe confront him again with that.
Well, when we had the conversation with him yesterday, he brought up theosis as being the chief goal. But that's what it's so weird about it is because I don't know if he understands what it's supposed to mean in an Orthodox context, or if he's understanding it in the theistic evolution context, of this Stenalou guy, because that paper we should, I don't know. I think if we do go over that again, I think we should probably read that paper, that Deacon Ananias references, because I have that, and it's straight up like a Teilhard de Chardin, but in an Orthodox context or something. It's really weird. And they treat that guy as like he's a like a theologian, like a master theologian or something. There's a new calendars.
Yeah, you ever hear of David Bentley Hart?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guy's a tragedy, dude. Yeah, he's just straight up like there's just straight up Orthodox perennialism right there.
Yeah. I think Father Joseph has covered that a couple times, but my memory's kind of vague on it. But yeah, I think a lot of people say that guy's a heretic. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Where is it?
Only that is moral which can be demanded of every rational being unconditionally, in the name of an ultra-empire that Kant calls the empire of ends, Reich der Zweck. The law of this empire is called the categorical imperative, which means a law stemming solely from the purity of the concept, and thus dictated by the absolute monologue of colonial reason. In the purity of categorical morality, the incestuous bloodline of the pharaohs is still detectable, but sublimated into an impersonal administration. The law is that which cannot be legitimately discussed, and which is therefore an unresponsive or unilateral imposition.
This is I found it. So this is what
critique distills the
I
xenophobic
think
violence of
DPH meant by theosis when we talked to him. So it's this thing I've sent it to you before, but Stanley expressed a view that the universe endowed with a quote impulse of development was designed to evolve in the parameters of divine rationality and to be led by the source of this rationality. The immediate goal of cosmic evolution was the rise of human consciousness, which in turn was to attain the ultimate goal of creation, the eschatological perfection and union with God. Does that not sound exactly like what, you know, he was kind of getting at? But he masks it. That's the weird thing. Like he masks it and says theosis, though, and they use the term. And the term in itself is good in an Orthodox context, but the way they're using it isn't right. It's weird.
Yeah, and that's why I point people towards this idea of Aristotle, right? Because Aristotle talked about teleology, right? So this is exactly what Teilhard de Chardin is talking about, the telos, right? They're transforming eschatology in terms of teleology. And that means that they're looking at things in terms of inner potential. And every time you go to the idea of inner potential or developing from inward potential, right, you get into these Gnostic concepts, right, of the divine spark and all these ideas, right?
Yeah.
It also sounds
straight
like
Kabbalah.
it also
stuff.
sounds like where you could spring into liberation theology as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
Yeah, and that's why when you look at theosis in terms of potentiality, and you say, well, everybody has the potential for theosis. Now you're playing a dirty game.
A
You see what I'm saying?
universalist game there.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody can be saved, and everybody can obtain to this, and this is the chief goal to create a utopian theosis. It's like what? It's the same thing that you're critiquing, man. You're falling into the same thing. That's the reality of theosis is we'll never reach it here on Earth. Maybe a few will, you know what I mean? But like great ascetics in a desert. And I don't know if those exist anymore, you know what I mean? Like, maybe there is, I don't know, but it would be very few. And then, for the average believer that, Christ says, as he returns and, or you go to heaven or something, then you'll attain it. But it's not something that you're going to attain on earth. And then, it'll lead to the theosis of like the perfection of the world or something, because what would be the point of having the kingdom of heaven? Like what's the point if it's to perfect this world or something? It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, see, this guy's talking about a cosmic evolution. Mankind itself performing the active function within the cosmos and for it. Precisely given the assimilation of certain elements pertaining to contemporary physics with his theanthropic cosmology, on the understanding of Stanley went beyond that of Maximus. So he's going beyond that of St. Maximus, his theology and his understanding, which is always dangerous. You don't want to go over the saints, and depend on your own thinking. Now, if you have something to add, then oh yeah, it's talking about the eschaton. This is all like DPH, man. This is his guy. It's got to be Stan Lou. Potential of the cosmos. Sure, you mentioned that the spiritual divine act by the human conscious person was brought into existence. He was more interested in pointing out, on the one hand, that the calling of mankind into being amounted to an invitation to the dialogue with the Creator, and on the other hand, that of mankind was ontologically linked with the universe. Thus, whereas he affirmed the theological dimensions of human existence and its prominent position within creation, he subscribed to the patristic standpoint concerning the anthrocosmic continuum, a notion that resonates with the current scientific representation of reality. In tune with a point made by nihilists, Stan and Alu expressed the view that the universe endowed with an impulse of development was designed to evolve in the parameters of divine rationality and to be led by the source of this rationality. The immediate goal of cosmic evolution was the rise of human consciousness, which in turn was to attain the ultimate goal of creation, the eschatological perfection and union with God. The achievement of the cosmic purpose therefore depended on what contemporary cosmologists call the entropic principle, which is in fact typical of Stanilou's theanthropocosmic thinking. Yeah, straight up, dude. If we talk to him, we gotta press him on this, dude. Honestly,
fucking
like, we gotta ask him about
anthropiosis.
it.
Anthropoesis. It's like it's a new thing.
Anthropocosmism, like that's
Anthropocosmism. Yeah. Well, that goes with the Pythagoras idea that man is the measure of all things, you know, or the Marx idea that the root of man is man himself.
Mm.
You know, it's just
It's
a dead
putting an
end.
Orthodox sticker on it. You know what I mean? Like, that's it.
Yeah.
It's like putting men into a vacuum of sorts.
Yeah, it's a strange take, and like, you know, these guys are all in on it. You know, like they're all for it. Like, it's too logical, man. Like, what? Why would they think this would be a spiritual like take, like an Orthodox Christian take? Like, it doesn't. It's beyond me. It's super modernist. Um, it's like borderline, you know, New Age, really.
The first, and elevates it to the most extreme possible fanaticism, where theoretical knowledge is open to a limited negotiation with alterity, practical.
But yeah, you know, if we go and confront him, we gotta go do it like how we did and like bring the clip because that mofo's gonna deny that shit straight out the gate. He's gonna be like,
Of
we never
course.
said that shit. They're gonna straight up be like, we never said that shit. So we gotta come with the exact timestamp and be like, look, we gotta contextualize these 3-minute segments where you guys actually literally brought up the dude, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And be like,
Well, see,
why?
they don't see it as a problem.
Always got other receipts.
I don't think he'll see it as a problem. He's gonna be, well, he's a new calendar saint in our book, you know. And it's like, okay, so just because you think he was a saint, and you know, but they don't get it that these so-called elders and theologians of the new calendars are deluded because they themselves are in this same delusion, like that these concepts and these elders are acceptable in Orthodox, but it's like neo-Athenites like this, you know, they came about accepting the Freemasonic patriarch in the 1920s, and they developed their theology based on like sort of assimilating philosophical ideas within orthodoxy, and then trying to act like, you know, it's really just this is like divine revelation or something. It's like it's not. They're very old concepts, you know, just with new name tags on them. And it's lofty stuff. Like this stuff isn't like it's hard to like necessarily pinpoint what's wrong with it sometimes because it's so lofty. Like to have a response to it, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Really, it's idealism. Really, it's this idealistic, chiliastic, you know, interpretation of what theosis is meant to be.
And that's what the modern thing is traditionalism. You know, um, modernism and also futurism. You know, all three sold as viable options. So
See,
I
he
think
talks
that's
about integrating pertaining to contemporary science, particularly quantum physics, into his thoroughly theological worldview, given the precedent set by Teilhard de Chardin. Wow. Lars Thunberg suggests the possibility of bringing certain Maximian institutions into contemporary physics, while they're not responsible for a suggestion. Stanley consistently translated Maximus's vision of reality in terms that evoke quantum mechanics. Why are they doing that?
oh yeah. The thing I was gonna say is traditionalism, idealism, or modernism, and then futurism. You know, so I mean, it's as me and Red were saying, it's a split between the head and the heart, right? And that's the compromise there. You know?
For
And
sure.
and and that's basically, you know, the root of that basically comes from Aristotle, because he said the goal is thinking about thinking. So there's the most fundamental split between head and heart is right there. You know. But yeah. That once you actually come to realize this stuff, it's actually not lofty at all. They're just throwing around these big terms. They're acting like they're smart, you know, for sure.
Yeah,
You know?
you're right, honestly, on that point, because that's usually the case, isn't it? It's just like throwing all these concepts together, and it's pride masking itself with intelligence.
Right.
While moral certainty is forbidden from entering into relation with anything outside itself, except to issue commands. Kant's practical subject.
By the way, the stream was supposed to have ended like an hour and 15 minutes ago.
Oh wow!
And Neurojack just like dropped out. So
As usual.
So it is what it is. I'm just here for literally no reason at all. I was supposed to have started my stream already. So I don't know where he went, but yeah.
Ruh-roh. He'll just have to come back, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Or I just won't do one today. I mean, it's Wednesday, but we also don't have the channel, so I mean, I'm not very compelled to go do one. But yeah, we'll see. If not, we'll be on like from 4 to 8 tomorrow or something. You know, who knows?
Yeah, DPH was on live today, and I was gonna say something, but I was kind of I had to go and do something or something. I
He
forgot.
doesn't have that open panel every day.
Oh, it was. That's what it was. Okay, I see.
Yeah, he only yeah. That's why Neuro told us to go over there because he rarely does those. He does those like maybe once every 2 or 3 months or something like that.
Yeah, man. Sometimes Neuro would be telling me like, "Hey, go to on this live." I'm like, "What are you talking about, dude? I don't know those people. Why am I gonna go over there for?"
Yeah, that's kind of was my initial
Crazy.
reaction to it. Like I was like, I don't know, you know.
But
what I
at
mean?
least DPH has relevance, right? Sometimes like he'll be like suggesting I go to some random ass panel. I'm like, the hell? It's like, I don't know. Or semi random anyway.
Yeah, I wonder where's that breakdown we did of Thiel if Neuro still has that up on his channel. Because yeah, I kind of want to throw that in my community tab so more people will subscribe to Neurojack's channel, and then we'll go and maybe have more people watch that one because it got taken down on the other channel for quite a while, like 2.5 days. But yeah, this is almost over. I guess I'll listen to the end of this and then, I guess I'll see if Neuro returns in that much time. If not, we'll see what happens.
So you know how you're talking about the heart, right? This is something
Right.
interesting. All right, so the opposite of a loving heart, receives revelation from God is cold calculation, getting what you can out of people in religious life. This produces fakery and charlatanism, and all descriptions. If you look at the religious world today, you see that a great deal of what is going on, so much fakery, posing, calculation, and so much taking advantage of the winds of the fashions. But this is from Saint Seraphim's book, God's Revelation to the Human Heart. And he goes on, he says, is there a special organ to receive revelation from God? Yes, in certain sense, there is such an organ, though usually we close it and do not let it open up. God's revelation is given to something called a loving heart. So I think that's what it is. It's just like cold calculations without, a loving heart to sort of open up, I guess, the noose to divine revelation. So you get caught in these like, uh, these rationalistic, logical concepts and try to force it onto theology. It's like theology with a cigarette or something. It's weird.
Like Andrew Wilson style.
Pretty much, I would say, right? Yeah.
With his cigs.
But could you imagine like somebody talking about theology with a wine glass and a cigarette? That's what I'm trying to get at, Like, what is that? And then usually those people are the ones that like go on and try to teach priests. That's exactly what's happening with the dire types. It's like these guys are out here acting like they're the great theologians, and they're missing the heart of orthodoxy, the salt that makes it true.
They're Judan trolls. Der Juden troll.
Der
Der
Juden.
Der Juden.
Der Juden troll.
Yeah. I want to cover. I'm gonna cover that book, God's Revelation of the Human Heart. I'll do that probably soon. And I'm also doing an episode on the myth of papal infallibility. It's gonna be pretty fire.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be a myth.
Oh, it is. It is. And they're talking about, the EP's talking about going into communion with Rome now. Like they're really pushing for it. They've been pushing for it for a long time, like for like 100 years or something. They've been having ecumenical activity going on, but now they're like fully about to go into Eucharistic communion with them, I think. And all these people that have been calling us all types of names are kind of like shutting up for once and like, oh, they were right. There's one of them that runs all their discords, like the Ortho Bro discords. His name's like Ephraim or something, and he was like, "You finally got your excuse to break communion 100 years later." It's like, oh, really? Like, what a cope, dude.
Yeah, have you seen this guy Ruslan?
Sad
This guy's
Shimon.
a huge joke. Ruslan XD or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is straight up trash.
Maybe
Trash
like
monkey.
Boozeland.
Yeah, something. This guy's like some type of holy roller or something. It's totally weird.
Are you talking about the Roosh guy? Is that the same guy, or is this a different guy?
No, some guy named
Different guy.
Oh, okay, all right. I've heard of this guy too, though. It's slipping my mind.
Ruslan XD or something.
He
Oh,
was the
Ruslan.
one I was talking to, and
Yeah.
Father Sweden showed him
Oh,
how
look at this. Actually,
Dyer was lying.
look at this. In 14 hours.
Oh, that guy, the Protestant guy, right?
I think so, yeah.
This is so
Yeah.
funny, man. Look at this shit.
Oh, we're going to start. And then I started realizing, well, there's a lot of cults that are popping up, right? Like Hollywood has a lot of cults. A lot of
Was there a specific shift that happened in Hollywood where it went from like, we're going to use James Bond, superhero, America's great, to like, no, we're going to start diving in some of this more occult imagery?
And his papers were about and chemicals actually changing gender in men and women. We can do this.
A-listers who are immersed in Hollywood are verified spies.
Yep.
For America, is that your mind having a chemical trip, or do you think it's actually opening you up to a spirit realm? I only ask for Alex Jones one because your connection. I have a buddy whose daughter was
Spiritual chemicals.
and so
I know,
hearing
like,
anyone
what?
say like this wasn't real when I know people directly connected,
That's gotta be some kind
it's
of
a bad look for anyone.
accelerationism.
Ruslan.
Why wait
What
until
the
this
hell?
entire thing premieres on YouTube? Why not sign up for a free
You seen this
7-day
episode
trial
with Peter
of
Hears,
our
right? He went on there too.
He went on Piers Morgan, this guy.
Oh, did he?
Oh,
Dyer
I thought that's what he
definitely
said.
did.
Oh, Dyer did it. Yeah, definitely.
I was talking about Peter Hears went on this guy's show.
Oh my God, that's weird.
Yeah.
Maybe we should watch that one. That's got to be a very weird one because this guy's gonna throw like really strange questions. Like he's gonna be like, "Is there a conflict between making money and being a Christian and stuff like that?" And he's gonna have like a weird. Then he's gonna tap transform.
Is there some kind of moral dysfunction with being a grifter?
Why
Yeah,
does the
exactly.
Bible say call no man father if you call your priest fathers? That's the level of questioning. Well, what about the thief on the cross?
Is it like Rocky level questioning?
It's kind of like that. I mean, no offense to Rocky, but
Rocky's hilarious though. I like him.
yeah, I mean, who doesn't like? I love the old man. I haven't seen him in a minute. Where's Rocky at? Where's old Rock at?
Was he on Flo's panel the other day? I think I saw him briefly.
Rocky in his flow state.
Nanobots everywhere, bro.
Patreon community and see this entire interview, as well as all of our interviews, early before
How much, man?
they hit the public. And you'll also get access to the extended version of our conversations that are sometimes a little too spicy for YouTube.
That's in poor
All right,
taste.
so head on over to
TML.
Patreon.
You
Link
can't
is in the
just say the price outright. You can have it on the screen though, probably.
description or
Mud
pinned comment.
flaps and
Sign up
tasers.
over there, and I'll see you.
Yeah, I mean, so that's this guy. So we'll see what happens there. I guess it's live, and yeah, I mean,
What's the point of paying for it just to see it early? Like, that's so lame.
You know what would be kind of cool though, since he brought up true orthodoxy, is to get Father Joseph on that show. I mean, that'd be crazy.
Right?
You know, even if it's
that'd
just
be
like
hilarious.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, he had questions. He's asked Dyer, why don't you ask the true Orthodox what they say about it? You know, I might reach out to him and see if he'll do it, or try to get Father Joseph to do it. Something, because that would be interesting. I think that would be a solid. It would definitely open up a larger audience for him, man, for sure. That guy got some reach.
yeah, I might ask you for this video because we need to make that a permanent clip fixture on our channel.
Yeah, man,
I remember him doing that on my
funny.
show. Yeah, I remember him doing that on my show, and the lizard tree like freaked out.
Lizard tree freaked out. Dude, he needs to chill with that, man. He's an older man. He doesn't need to be tasing himself.
No, he just pretended that he tased himself.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he did it so well that we thought he tased himself a little bit.
Wow, that's funny.
And one time he was pointing at a whiteboard with a machete. So interesting times.
Here's a slow boy whiteboard for you.
They'll maybe spit out my iced tea.
Yeah.
All over my keyboard.
Rocky went through a phase of showing all his weapons on stage. That's awesome.
Yeah, but we had slow bitch white whore coping in the chat yesterday when we were on DPH, Remington.
I missed that. Damn.
She was losing her fucking mind, and
I
also
wouldn't be able to get to say my little saying. You know, I'm just a slow boy with no whiteboard.
well, she's a mod in the chat, so we could probably go back and record the chat. You know, because yeah, it's pretty funny because yeah, it's like, why don't you have your fucking clown boys TBE and EBT go up there? Pretty funny, huh?
Yeah. Well, what was she freaking out just over you, or was she saying something about me too, or what? I didn't see it.
From what I saw, it was just bunch of negative comments about me, like 3 or 4 people, but I didn't see anything about you. I think they're not really too familiar with you.
But she's
They
been in my
don't.
chat
They don't
before.
have. They haven't formulated an attack on
Yeah.
them yet. Probably.
Yeah, but if we
That's
go back
what
and
it is.
yeah, but if we go back and look in the chat, I bet 1 or 2. There's probably 1 or 2 true orthodoxy comments in there or something like that, dude.
Right.
There's got to be with some of these people. They'll be spying
Yeah,
on the other
he's true
communities.
Orthodox. Kick him out. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like every time like we come in contact with those guys, they're worried we're gonna bring up, you know, ecumenism or something, like, which we probably should. Like, I probably should have, you know, really realistically. But I don't know.
I think going over there after a long time, I think it's fine just to give general reflections on the topic that they have up. But if we go over there like a couple times more, I think it'd be fine to bring it up because it's like, it's like, see, the thing is that I'm not really trying to go over there and get a bunch of people to attack or go over there to start some shit when their show's not really about that.
No,
So
I agree. And that's why I sort of was like, well, if we're going to talk about subjects that, and why take it there,
right, like it was just enough for me to say what I gleaned from watching that interview with Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay or whatever.
I haven't seen that yet. I need to probably watch that.
Is that like a nothing burger?
Yeah, we watched like 19 minutes of it. It was total nothing burger. The 19 minutes we watched. There's like an hour and a half of it, so it's extremely grueling research.
Sounds like cruel and unusual punishment.
It is. Oh yeah.
Like reading Kant.
Yeah.
Or Hegel.
Yeah. I mean, Zeph liked it, but I don't know.
She said we were charmed. I don't buy it.
Well, I said that, and then she repeated
Oh,
it.
did she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said that, and then she repeated it. But I said because a couple of times I went over there and had a good conversation with him too.
Yeah.
So that's also a thing. I mean, like the last time I went on his show physically, I think it was something like Trump or something was the subject, and or I could be mistaken, but
Hey, abandoned soldier. I'm about to call you a name right now. Ready for it?
call him televised apocalypse.
Oh, is that who that is?
Yeah, it's him.
Oh, classic.
That's the homie. Yeah. All right. Let me turn this on for a second. I gotta go.
So you gonna do your stream or what? What's
I
the
mean,
plan?
it's all up to the situation here, even. If not, as I said, we'll start tomorrow at 4:20 to 8. And we'll look at that. We'll try to look at that James Lindsay interview, which is just total nonsense at this point. But also I have 2 or 3 other things that obviously there's that Nietzsche book. I want to read that. There's an interview. I mean, not an interview, but a really weird article I saw by a French writer on Un's review that was being covered by that guy, Pete Quinoni or whatever the hell his name is. I mean, that was really weird, dude. About Freud and B'nai B'rith, of all things. So yeah, that's gonna be an odd one.
Already prefigures a deaf Führer, barking impossible orders that seem to come from another world. Kant makes a further strenuous effort to push forward the horizon of a priori synthesis in his third critique, the critique of judgment. If the first critique corresponds to appropriative economy.
So he said that Kant actually wrote a critique of pure reason, a critique of practical reason, and also a critique of judgment. So apparently there's 2 other parts to critique of pure reason. I personally was not really too familiar with that. I've read parts of this book before, but not this part. But yeah, this is a section from the book Fang Noumena, and it's a section on Kant because he's I mean, obviously, the whole book is mentioning this idea of Kant, the idea of noumena, which is, I mean, as Kant calls it, the thing in itself, right? So it's basically the object of pure reason, right? So
modification, and the second
I mean, I mean the object of reason. There's no such thing as pure reason, but yeah.
critique corresponds to imperial jurisdiction. The third
For Kant, I mean.
critique corresponds to the exercise of war at those margins of the global system that continue to resist both the market and the administration. It is concerned with the type of pleasure that is experienced when an object inflicts an extrajudicial submission or abasement before the faculty of judgment, an experience which Kant associates with the contemplation of beauty. The first critique already exhibits the conception of excess or a priori synthesis that generalizes the principles of the labor market to all objects of theoretical cognition and transforms the understanding into a form of intellectual capital. In the third critique, there is a far more aggressive conception of excess, which generates a feeling of delight because it is essentially extortionate. This excess is not a surplus of certainty stemming from dimensions of objectivity possessed in advance of intuition, and thus by right, but rather a surplus of purchase upon the object. Kant argues that we have no transcendental right to expect natural laws to be sufficiently homogeneous for us to grasp. When confronting the when confronting the heterogeneity of intuition, reason must engage in a kind of Pascalian wager, assuming an intelligible system of nature because it has nothing to lose by not doing so. The submission of the outside in general to the inside in general, or of nature to the idea, i.e., conquest, is not guaranteed by any principle. The capitalist feels a neutral satisfaction in the production of normal profits, but the conqueror feels exultation in the attainment of victory, precisely because there was no reason to expect it. Kant's advice to the imperial war machine in his third critique can be summarized as treat all resistance as if it were less than you might justifiably fear. The critique of judgment thus projects the global victory of capitalized reason as pure and exuberant ambition. The only possible politics of purity is fascism, or a militant activism rooted in the inhibitory and exclusive dimensions of a metropolitanism. Racism, as regulated, automatic, and indefinitely suspended process of genocide, as opposed to the hysterical and unsustainable genocide of the Nazis, is the real condition of persistence for a global economic system that is dependent upon an aggregate price of labor approximating to the cost of its bare subsistence, and therefore upon an expanding pool of labor power which must be constantly stimulated into this market by an annihilating poverty. If fascism is evaded in metropolitan
So
societies,
Kant's critique
it will
of
only
pure
be
reason is the sword that slew
trails to the
deism
wake
in
of
Germany.
capital
That's
and
what I'm just reading
commodity
right now.
markets as they displace themselves around the third world, disciplining the labor market and ensuring that basic commodity prices are not high enough to distribute capital back.
Yeah, I was talking about that before. But that is, you know, by deism they mean Spinoza,
Right.
right? And I'd be hesitant to, because what did he do to get rid of Spinoza? I mean, basically he brought back in a sort of quasi-dualism. I mean, so I mean, it's just he's just going back to Descartes. I mean, he's not like, you know, and I think he just took Descartes and Spinoza and just smashed them together. You know?
Sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously Spinoza thought he was, you know, like destroying Descartes. You know what I mean? And Kant thought he was synthesizing Spinoza, right? So it's just all this crazy nonsense. You know?
Yeah, what Seraphim Rose says here is that is when Descartes said, he said, We already saw that the very beginning of modern philosophy with Descartes had begun not with some kind of outward observation or revelation. It began already with some kind of subjectivism. That is, when Descartes said, quote, I think, therefore I am. This is the first clear idea, and from this he deduces everything else. The outward world, God, and absolutely everything becomes if there is something. Then the world is real. If there's a real world, then there must be a God who created it. He has clear, distinct ideas about all these realities and thinks he has a nice, tight philosophical system. But it all begins with his own observations of himself, which of course shows how far away he is from Christianity, which starts with God who created the world and created us. But since they trust reason as the only faculty which can give us knowledge, they cannot start with God, because you do not see God. And so it happens then with these rationalists, particularly Hume, succeed in destroying our knowledge of God, of religion, of the spiritual world, and then of the material world. What is left? And the answer, what is left, is the same, some kind of self awareness. And so the last hope that man has there, some kind of knowledge, rests in his own awareness of himself. And this is what Kant did. He made a Copernican revolution by saying that it is not the mind which revolves around the world in order to know what it is. It is rather the world which revolves around me, around the mind. We can never know what is out there, the thing in itself, the noumenon, he calls it, but we can only know it as it appears to us. In such categories, reality as space and time are not categories of outward reality, but rather of my mind. That is, I must see them in the terms of space and mind. These are the categories which my mind organizes a reality with. And of course, if this is true, there's some kind of knowledge left, not as reality as it is in itself, but reality as it must appear to me because I have that kind of mind. And so knowledge is possible. And even knowledge of God is possible because he said that it's based on inward feelings, subjective feelings, which shows how much he was under the influence of pietism movement of his time, which was reacting against the Enlightenment rationalism, the deadness of it. But reality in itself is absolutely unknowable. Only what I see is knowable. We have observations of this by Heinrich Heine, a German Jew who came to France because it was too dangerous in Germany, and wrote this book on religion and philosophy in Germany in 1833 or 4, and got a hold of a feeling behind these thinkers very nicely and communicated what their meaning is. He was trying to interpret German philosophy to the French, and this is what he has to say about Kant. I could go on if you want, but I don't know. I could just send this to you.
Yeah, I mean, you can go on if you want.
Okay. This is I am about to speak of a man whose mere name, has the might of an exorcism. I speak of Immanuel Kant. Quote, it is said that night wandering spirits are filled with terror at the sight of the heaven's acts. With what mighty fear then must they be stricken with when there is held up to them Kant's critique of pure reason? That is the sword that slew deism in Germany. Quote, to speak frankly, you French have been tame and moderate compared to us Germans. At most, you could but kill a king, and he compared us with Germans. At most, you could but kill a king, and he had already lost his head before you guillotined him. For accomplishment as to such deeds, you must need cause such a drumming and shrieking and stamping of feet that the whole universe trembled. To compare Maximilian Robespierre, I don't know how to say that name. Robespierre.
Robespierre, I think.
Okay, is that Robespierre? With Immanuel Kant is to confer too high an honor upon the former. Maximilian, the great citizen of the Rue Saint Honore, had, it is true, in his sudden attacks of the destructiveness when it was a question of monarchy, and his fame was violently convulsed when the fit of regicidal epilepsy was on. But as soon as it came to be a question about the Supreme Being, he wiped the white froth from his lips, washed the blood from his hands, donned his blue Sunday coat with silver buttons, and stuck a nosegay into the bosom of his broad vest. End quote. He went to Notre Dame to worship reason and God, even to burn the image of atheism. The history of Immanuel Kant's life is difficult to portray, for he had neither life nor history. He led a mechanical, regular, almost abstract bachelor existence in a little retired street on Königsberg, an old town on the northeastern frontier of Germany. I do not believe that the great clock of the cathedral performed in a more passionlessly and methodical manner its daily routine than instead its townsman Immanuel Kant, rising in the morning, coffee drinking, writing, reading lectures, dining, walking, everything had its appointed time. And the neighbors knew that it was exactly 3:30 when Immanuel Kant stepped forth from his house in his great tight-fitting coat with a Spanish cane in his hand, and betook
3:30.
himself. You said
Bob.
what? You said what?
He left his house at 3:30.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, in a gray, tight-fitting coat with his Spanish cane in hand, and betook himself to the little Linden Avenue, called after him to this day, quote,
Yeah.
the Philosopher's Walk.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was about to say that they have the place where he took his walk,
That's interesting.
today in Königsberg. So
that's a trip.
Yeah, it's like a road and like they've marked it the Philosopher's Walk. So you could go there and walk the same walk that Kant walked, but I wonder if he mentions if that his whole connection to Swedenborg, you know what I mean? Because that's huge.
But no one wants to talk the philosopher's talk.
Yeah.
I don't
but
know.
so many of those guys.
It goes on. It says summer and winter he walked up and down it 8 times, and when the weather was dull or heavy clouds prognosticated rain, the townspeople beheld his servant, the old Lampe, trudging anxiously behind him with a big umbrella under his arm, like an image of Providence. Quote, what a strange contrast did this man's outward life present to his destructive world annihilating thoughts. In sooth, had the citizens of Königsberg had the least president of the full significance of his ideas, they would have felt a far more awful dread at the presence of this man than at the sight of an executioner, who can but kill the body. But the worthy folk saw in him nothing more than a professor of philosophy, and as he passed in his customary hour, they greeted him in a friendly manner and set their watches by him. But though Immanuel Kant, the arch destroyer in the realm of thought, far surpassed in terrorism Maximilien Robespierre, he had many similarities with the latter, which induced a comparison between the two men. In the first place, we find in both the same exuberable, keen Posilis, sober integrity. We likewise find in both the same talent of suspicion, only that is the one it is manifest itself in the direction of thought and was called criticism, whilst in the other it was directly against mankind and was styled republican virtue. But both presented in the high degree the type of the narrow-minded citizen. Nature had destined them for waiting out coffee and sugar, but fate decided that they should weigh out other things, and into the scales of one it is laid a king, into the scales of the other a god, and they both gave the correct weight. Quote, Kant proves to us that we know nothing about things that they are and by themselves, but we have a knowledge of them only insofar as they reflect in our minds. Failed to agree accurately, but when Copernicus made the sun stand still and the earth revolve around it, behold, everything accorded admirably. So formerly, reason, like the sun, moved around the universe of phenomenon and sought to throw light upon it. But Kant bade reason, the sun stand still, and the universe of phenomenon now turns around and is illuminated the moment it comes within the region of the intellectual orb. Quote, God,
that's really weird that he said that because Nick Land said the same thing. He compared Kant to Copernicus. So this is really strange that this is happening. I mean, so maybe Nick Land read Seraphim Rowe's book, right, or something like that. So because that's a highly specific comparison. But yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And who is actually Nick Land? Just to get caught up on that.
That's a guy that's whose audiobook is playing on the screen here.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. I see. That would make sense then.
Yeah, so that was in his chapter as well. So it's very interesting, right?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So it goes on. It says, "Quote: God, according to Kant, is a noumen. As a result of his argument, this ideal and transcendental being, hitherto called God, is a mere fiction, as arisen from a natural illusion. Kant shows that we can know nothing regarding this noumen, regarding God, and that all reasonable proof of his existence is impossible. The words of Dante, 'Leave all hope behind,' may be inscribed over this portion of the Critique of Pure Reason. But in the end, quote, Immanuel Kant's were you going to say something? Were you saying something? My bad.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's okay. So it says, but in the end, quote, Immanuel Kant relents and shows that he is not merely a great philosopher, but also a good man. He reflects in half good-naturedly, half ironically. He says, old Lampe must have a god, otherwise the poor fellow can never be happy. Now man ought to be happy in this world. Practical reason says so. Well, I'm quite willing that practical reason should also guarantee the existence of God. As a result of this argument, Kant distinguished between the theoretical reason and the practical reason. By means of the latter, as with a magical wand, he revivifies deism, with theoretical reason had killed. Well, the function of Kant is to make systematic what Hume had done with his criticism. That is to do away with knowledge of the outer world and with God. In fact, to do away with God entirely, and restores God only on the basis of a subjective feeling. And that is why all the religious movements from this time on have a new character. Because previously, the idea of God is something which different people think they know by various kinds of revelations, even when they are wrong. But it's about some being who is out there. From this time on, a new kind of subjectivism enters into philosophy and religious currents. Now we begin to think about, well, later on in the century of a new thought, positive thinking, science of mind, mind over matter, all these things which are to some direct are to come direct from this philosopher. Not because his philosophy itself sort of had a direct influence, of course, it did in many places, but because he was expressing what was going through the mind of the people at that time. As if if you accept reason, you must follow him this far, that we have no knowledge at all of outward things, and the only knowledge comes through some kind of subjectivism. And as a result of this, the 19th century issues forth in a tremendous outburst of new subjective philosophies. We'll look at just one of these, which in itself is not particularly important, but it shows what happens when a philosopher takes what this Kant says, takes seriously what this Kant says. So that was he kind of threw me for a loop a few times because I didn't know he was, if he was like for or against him or something,
Well, it seemed like, he was pretty much against, especially this little thing that he said about Copernicus, right?
Mm.
But he took a very measured take. You can see because he talked about, he's obviously against Descartes.
Right.
He didn't say anything about Spinoza. He just kind of said he slew, deism, and then he moved on to say how he went too far.
Yeah. Well, he talks about Spinoza in other places. I think in Nihilism, the Root of Revolution of Modern Age, he brings up Spinoza, and I think he also brings him up in at least he's quoted in Not of This World, another book. So I don't know what he says. I can't really remember, but I don't think it's great. Whatever it is. I think he brings up Nietzsche and Spinoza.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
Descartes' Meditations, he begins it with basically Gnosticism. He says, like, what if an evil demon created the world and is responsible for me believing, my own senses and stuff?
That's straight Gnosticism.
Yeah. So where to get that from? And it's kind of weird, dude. But yeah, and so yeah, I mean, it's hard to see where these guys were going. But yeah, it's highly strange that they brought up the same point with that Copernicus thing.
Yeah.
Economic system that is dependent upon an aggregate price of labor approximating to the cost of its bare subsistence, and therefore upon an expanding pool of labor power, which must be constantly stimulated into this market by an annihilating poverty. If fascism is evaded in metropolitan societies, it is only because a chronic passive genocide trails in the wake of capital and commodity markets as they displace themselves around the third world, disciplining the labor market and ensuring that basic commodity prices are not high enough to distribute capital back into primary producer societies. The forces most unambiguously antagonistic to this grotesque process are exogamic, parentheses, or less humanistically, exotropic, close parentheses. The synthetic energies that condition all surplus value and yet coexist with capital only under repression. A radical international socialism would not be a socialist ideology generalized beyond its culture of origin, but a program of collectivity or unrestrained synthesis that springs from the theoretical and libidinal dissolution of national totality. To get to a world without nations would in itself guarantee the achievement of all immediately post-capitalist social and economic goals. It is this revolutionary requirement for a spontaneously homeless subversion that gives an urgency to certain possibilities of feminist politics, since the erasure of matrilineal genealogy within the patriarchal machine means that fas- fascist, fascisting, fascizing valorizations of ancestry have no final purchase on the feminine subject. The patronymic has irrecoverably divested all the women who fall under it of any recourse to an ethno-geographical identity. Only the twin powers of father and husband suppress the nomadism of the anonymous female fluxes that patriarchy oppressively manipulates, violates, and psychiatrizes. By allowing women some access to wealth and social prestige, the liberalization of patriarchy has sought to diffuse the explosive force of this anonymity, just as capital has tended to reduce the voluptuous excess of exogamic conjugation to the stability of nationally segmented trading circuits. The increasingly incestual character of economic order, reaching its zenith in racist xenophobia, is easily masked as a series of feminist reforms of patriarchy, as a decommodification of women, a diminution of the obliterating effects of the patronymic, and a return to the mother. This is the sentimental feminism that Nietzsche despised, and whose petit bourgeois nationalist implications he clearly saw. The only resolutely revolutionary politics is feminist in orientation, but only if the synthetic forces mobilized under patriarchy are extrapolated beyond the possibility of assimilation rather than being criticized from the perspective of mutilated genealogies. Genealogy as the dissipation of recuperative origins, Nietzsche, not as sentimental nostalgia. The women of the earth are segmented only by their fathers and husbands. Their praxial fusion is indistinguishable from the struggle against the micropowers that suppress them most immediately. That is why the proto-fascism of nationality laws and immigration controls tend to have a sexist character as well as a racist one. It is because women are the historical realization of the potentially euphoric synthetic or communicative function which patriarchy both exploits and inhibits, that they are invested with a revolutionary destiny, and it is only through their struggle that politics will be able to escape from all fatherlands. In her meticulous studies of patriarchy, Luce Irigaray has amply demonstrated the peculiar urgency of the feminist question.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about this piece is how much of the various touch tones he's basically explored. Because they all of this debate circus always focuses on you know immigration, feminism versus patriarchy, right? Racial xenophobia, right? Capitalism, and globalism, right? And also they use, you know, Kantian philosophy, right? So he touches on so many different ideas here that are, seem to be, very diffused, right, into the internet sphere, which means that, the accelerationists have a strong prominence over the sphere, but nobody's really talking about it. And is kind of a lot of the things that I've been trying to. Yeah, exactly. All media created ideas as well, right? But of course, media is a consumer item, right, or whatever. So it has to do with their whole narrative about capitalism.
So have you ever looked into like the roots of media, like throughout history, like who've been like major players in pushing, our controlled newspapers, journals, you know what I mean, like public opinion, this type of thing. And I don't want to like sound like I don't know, like simplifying things, but as far as I understand, like Jays have had a major play in all that historically, like owning printing presses and I don't know. Of course,
Yeah,
they're
that's
not the only
because
people, but
that's because they had the scribes,
right.
So in the beginning, they would scribes and accountants and then all that type of stuff. So it makes sense that they would get into that. And then we saw, obviously in England, the influence of Manasseh in Israel, and obviously he had the first Jewish printing press there. So yeah, and that's all the way in the 1600s. So yeah, there's lots of ideas there. And why won't Land and Moldbug and all these people talk about that? Well, it's because they're Jays.
Right.
Pretty obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, if you have power over that, then you can denounce whatever race or whatever group that
But
disagrees with you.
what do the Duganists and the Diorites and all these other people, right, and the Landians, what do they want to emphasize? Is these other is the Anglos, right? They want to pin the tail on the Anglo.
Yeah, and that's something that Pinoy does too.
Yeah,
why is that?
But he's getting it. But that's downstream. He's getting it from these guys. He'll cite
Yeah,
these
I
guys,
agree.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so that's why. you know.
Just like absorbing this idea. And what is it? It's like, is that because of Freemasonry? Is that the argument that it's the Anglos that are in control of the the Church of England or something?
Well, it's what he said. He said you can't change the system. What you could do is increase pressure on the system to make it collapse faster, right?
Right.
So that's the basic accelerationist, dictum, right?
Well, as far as I understand, like,
And that's why it
dropping
lines with
guys in
futurism,
prison.
right? Right. Because futurism and dispensationalism, they kind of have similar designs, right? In terms of their methodology, the goal might not be the same, but the method is the same. But yeah,
Well,
go on. What were you saying?
yeah, if you talk to guys in prison, that are into like white nationalism or something, like that's a big idea. What wanting the liberals to be in office, like they're talking about voting for liberals, so the country accelerates to destruction faster, so they can take it over. It's like something like that. So.
Yeah, so you say to some of these guys, why are you platforming liberals and creating this hatred towards Muslims and Christians, and then also you're doing this weird thing where you're promoting all this political stuff, right? So, what's interesting is that they want to accelerate the discussion. Right? That means they want to draw attention on all sides, right?
Right.
And so in a lot of these critiques, is this critique what you think is happening, or is this what you want to happen? And it's a little of both.
Yeah. Yeah.
Within Land and some of these other guys.
Well, we kind of seen that in the debate with AP and Wilson. It seemed like
right.
They were saying things like, well, "Why don't we just like take out all those people or something?" You know what I mean? It was like something like that, and it was pointed. It presented like a hypothetical, but it seemed like, no, this is, you really want that or something, you know. But then they'll be like, "Well, that's absurd. What is it? If that's what you're gunning for, I don't know."
Yeah, and I apologize in advance for Land and also well, it was well, the Fisher video was a lot more digestible, right? And obviously the Marx and Herbert Marcuse little reading that I did, that was probably more in line with some of the stuff we usually cover. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the ideas, I mean, you could see all those ideas right there in Marx, so it's pretty interesting.
Although the political solutions she suggests are often feebly nostalgic, sentimental, and pacifistic, perhaps only Monique Wittig has adequately grasped the inescapable military task faced by any serious revolutionary feminism, and it is difficult not to be dispirited by the enormous reluctance women have shown historically to prosecute their struggle with sufficient ruthlessness and aggression. The left tends to be evasive about the numbing violence intrinsic to revolutionary war, and feminism is often particularly fastidious in this respect, even reverting to the absurd mystical and Gandhian ideologies. If feminist struggles have been constantly deprioritized in theory and practice, it is surely because of their idyllic recoil from the currency of violence, which is to say, from the only definitive matter of politics. The state apparatus of an advanced industrial society can certainly not be defeated without a willingness to escalate the cycle of violence without limit. It is a terrible fact that atrocity is not the perversion, but the very motor of such struggles. the language of inexorable political will. A revolutionary war against a modern metropolitan state can only be fought in hell. It is this harsh truth that has deflected Western politics into an increasingly servile reformism, whilst transforming nationalist struggles into the sole arena of vigorous contention against particular configurations of capital. But, as I hope I have demonstrated, such nationalist struggles are relevant only to the geographical modulation of capital, and not to the radical jeopardizing of neocolonialism, parentheses, inhibited synthesis, close parentheses, as such.
Right.
Victorious third world struggles, so long as they have been successfully localized.
I think you might have fell asleep. That's what happened.
Who? Neurojack?
No, Red. I think.
Oh, Red. I think Red's fine. Red, are you
I'm here.
Yeah, you doing okay there? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about your breathing, brother. Just, not. I don't know.
Yeah, he just has asthma. He's fine though.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, bro.
No worries.
Do not lead to realistic post-capitalist achievements, and certainly not to post-patriarchal ones, since the conservation of the form of the nation-state is itself enough to guarantee the reinsertion of a society into the system of inhibited synthesis. For as long as the dynamic of guerrilla war just leads to new men at the top, with all that this entails in terms of the communication between individuated sovereignties, history will continue to look bleak. For it is only when the pervasive historical bond between masculinity and war is broken by effective feminist violence that it will become possible to envisage the uprooting of the patriarchal endogamies that orchestrate the contemporary world order. With the abolition of the inhibition of synthesis, of Kantian thought, a sordid cowardice will be washed away, and cowardice is the engine of greed.
So what's the solution? Spy babes? Oh, whoops! It's not even done yet. He says the only possible end to Kantianism is the end of modernity. And then he says, if we reach this, we must foster new Amazons in our midst. So yeah, spy babes.
What does he mean by new Amazons?
Well, it's like you said that you know, we need feminist violence so we can overthrow patriarchy or something. That's the only thing that's going to overthrow patriarchy or something like that.
Or is that like after the World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones?
Yeah. That is it, isn't it? It's like an extreme form of return to primal simplicity, but primal violence? I don't know.
Primal chaos.
Primal chaos, yeah. That's it.
Yeah, it's between capitalism and technology. And he's saying technology is the right thing and liberalism is going to go. You know, because capitalism destroyed liberalism. And technology is going to destroy capitalism. And that's their thing. That's what makes them get up every
so then
morning.
It'll be like a tech utopia, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Tech utopia plus neo-tribalism.
Have some post-accelerationism.
Yes, I wonder if Neuro is ever coming back to the stream. Let me actually message him and see what's going on. Because I'm about ready to see what's happening out here. Neurojack, 7 messages. Some Twitter post. Stream. Some other post. Jamie Hanshaw. Why does he want us to watch this? Well, I guess him and his wife are talking about occultism.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll turn this on for a second. Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Close this. Neurojack. Neuro. You wanna come shut down the stream? Shut down the stream? Because he said that he was gonna do that like 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. So let's see what happens. Yeah, Tommy made a show talking shit about me because I triggered him in the chat. Funny. So we got
Boo-hoo,
more.
Tommy.
Yeah, we got more little mentions from the LARP circus that we worked hard for this morning by triggering people in the chat and then getting timed out.
I talked to that dude for a little bit, and
yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
we had an alright conversation, but then he straight up went to like freaking out on Hank and some other dude or something. I don't remember what it was, but I was trying to be
that's
a
what he does.
peacemaker, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, his show is kind of like that. His show is all that, basically.
I seen some clip of him like holding a gun in the camera. Like, what are you doing, dude? Tripping.
Yeah, so here comes Neuro. Yeah, I already downloaded that. Theology of the World by Dmitry Stanislav.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Cool.
so yeah, I had to save the I had to lock that one down because I was like, I can't let him get away with this. It's fucking Tilliard
It's
Chardin.
crazy, man. Orthowitz.
Joachimite.
Joachimite.
Yeah, with Joachim of Fior.
Yeah.
Joachimites. Joachimite. Scum.
Me and Neural talking about Ouroboros bros. That's what they are.
Ouroboros bros. Ouroboros bros.
Ouroboros bro.
Yeah, shut her down. Shut her down.
We're gonna shut this down, folks. You know what I mean? And we're gonna see how I'm gonna go on that.
I'm not even sure who you're trying to impersonate there.
Well,
maybe AJ.
It's a mix of many people combined together, you know.
Oh,
You almost sound like Twilight.
AJ and Twilight.
Twilight and AJ together, that's crazy.
Yeah, this was a clean, like 100%, like solid stream. I'd leave this one up 100%.
Sounds good.
He ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, this was literally educational city. I mean, it's fine.
Well,
man. Just...
I'm looking to do the Jurassic Park thing soon, so I'll try to figure out the mechanics of how to do that, where we can let you watch it at least because you've never seen it, and then we can talk about it, from there.
Or Jurassic LARP, more like.
Ooh, I like that Jurassic LARP.
Oh, speaking of which, the guy who did the animation for it, he made a movie called Mad God in his basement. It took him 30 years, and it's all like like a claymation or whatever. It's insane.
Some kind of dystopian craziness, or
Yeah. It like starts with like the first image is like the Tower of Babel. You know what I'm saying? But
oh shit.
it's psycho, dude. I guess the guy took literally 30 years to create this thing.
I
Is
mean,
it
I'd probably go crazy after 30 years.
is it psychosomatic, addict, insane?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking to put that joke in there somewhere. I don't know if you guys know.
Exhale.
Yeah, there you go. You know, you got it.
Jurassic LARP.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you start telling people that you're gonna strike their channel, then they're gonna strike our channels, and then they're gonna get us all banned. So I mean,
They can't strike what they can't strike.
That's right. That's why they have to do the crazy shit to get numbers, right? They have to do drama shit. They have to call people out, do the stupid shit, and sometimes things go wrong. You know, they get porn bombed. They do all this stuff. Yeah. So this is the thing: is like, you know, I'm just fine with not playing that game and just having, you know, content where we comment on books and things that we do. So, you know, like how are you gonna strike Unseen Warfare? Like he just reads books. I mean, like maybe you could strike him for saying something about the Jays, but you know what I mean? I mean, this is what it's gonna be. It's like once in a while we'll get struck for going out of line, but I think ultimately there's not much people can do, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you know what I haven't been struck yet. Luckily, they just put little things on my videos, like links to Wikipedia pages.
Yeah, you're very much in the starting point. I think maybe 500 subscribers or so. After that, I'd worry about stuff. Right?
Yeah. I'm still a newbie, man.
I think I know the reason why, though.
Mhm.
Because you're a believer.
I do believe. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean by that.
That you're a believer. That is a fan of the Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
Sad trombone.
Sorry.
I think my mom is, honestly.
What?
My mom's a believer.
I like her already. At least we have something in common.
Oh,
That might have been your worst one yet, Nero.
What?
I said you like Justin Bieber because you both like Nirvana.
Yeah, well, we're both going to Nirvana one day.
Someone tried to put like a picture of Cobain, what he would look like today if he were still around, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? That's total AI pig. It's like dumb as crap. They're trying to pawn it off like it was real or something.
It was
It's like
real.
it's like
And
you
Tupac's
look take
alive.
1 second to look at it and you're like, yeah, that shit is fake.
Next stream, Tupac conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Shit,
Elvis
bro.
is still alive.
There's this one skateboarder that kind of looks like Tupac, actually. Like, if we just give him the right kind of makeup to make him look a little older, he'd totally pass off as Tupac.
Is he good?
He's, I mean, he probably still can be. He went to prison for a little while, but I think he might be getting out next year.
Who are you talking about?
Terry Kennedy.
Terry Kennedy does not look like Tupac, dude.
He has his shaved head and grow goatee. Probably look like him.
And you wouldn't need to age him. He's like he's like almost 50 now, dude.
What, Kennedy? Nah, he's probably in his
Yes.
30s.
No, dude, that dude's 45.
He can't be that old. I have to look that up.
I don't know, maybe not. I know Andrew Reynolds is.
Well, yeah, but Kennedy
He's
is
at least
definitely
40,
like a
50.
generation younger than him.
Is he? I didn't know that.
He was born in 84
What, do you skate?
or
What's up,
85.
dude? You got tray flips?
Nah, bro. I don't skate.
I got switch no complies. Dow.
Dang.
Yeah, that's my trick.
Put a link in the. Just look at the pic on the right. It on the right side of the screen in the link.
What
Kind
the
of looks like
hell?
him.
I just went to go get coffee and this fool's gone again.
I guess he kind of does in that photo, but still, he doesn't. At all.
You could just sort of pass off as him.
I guess. But Tupac was like short. He's like 5'8". That dude's like at least 6'2", 6'1".
Oh, that's true. We'll just have to cut him down the size then.
And he is 40 years old. I told you, dude.
Yeah, well, that's not 50 years old.
Close enough. 10 years, man. He killed a dude.
Man, it's from what I read, it was really, really sketchy. So yeah, he definitely was should have went to prison. So and he did. So
Yeah, it was like at a hotel with a dude, and he'd been chilling with a guy. I think he was probably smoking crack. That's what I got out of it. And I think the guy was trying to stop him from doing something to his girlfriend or something. I don't know, something like that. And then he just like hit him, like took his money or something.
I don't know, but the taking the money part, he hit him and he went down. And he just left, and then
He didn't take no
then
money?
I don't think so. It was like his friend or something.
Right,
At
right.
least what I read. So like the whole situation went really bad really quick, and he left. He didn't. I guess he probably wouldn't have known that he died. He just hit him, and he went down, and whether he hit
He's
his
getting
head on the
out.
ground or
He's getting out February 27th, 2026. That's what it's saying.
yeah.
Are you shutting this down, Neural? What are you doing, man?
I suppose if you guys are ready to go home and the street lights are on, then if the cowbell's ringing,
okay.
Yeah, I gotta go record Gay Ass Toilet Bowl Earth Show with Ben Thorpe on it.
perfect.
Is he on right now?
Yeah, let's do that, and then I'm gonna try to figure out how to do the Jurassic Park thing, and if we can figure out how to do it once, we can do it again. So
I'm gonna jump on
Yep.
toilet bowls and bother him.
don't even do that shit. But yeah,
There
but
are
yeah,
saints. He loses it, dude.
yeah, but this whole thing with Ben Thorpe, you might want to stay far away from that character. But yeah, I tried to go on Toilet
He's
Bowl Earth.
slimy.
Yeah, I tried to go on Toilet Bowl Earth with that guy one day, and yeah, it just the whole thing devolves into this guy just trying to do whatever he can to take over the entire stream and direct attention towards him. So
It's just like this slimy energy kind of feel to him. Like
yeah, that's the dude
really
who sells
shady.
his daughter, who sells a relationship with his daughter. So that guy's on
Serpentine.
Toilet Bowl Earth right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, you should familiarize yourself with them because he's more significant than he appears on the surface. I would say.
Well, I'm gonna check him out. I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm
try
gonna
to
go
get
in
on
the-
there, dude. And I'm gonna say one thing and leave. No, I'm
I'm
not
gonna
really.
go
I
in
probably not.
the Discord and watch it. So
Okay,
that's where I'll
All right,
be.
cool.
All right.
Cool.
All right.
All right,
And
cool.
then if
All right.
anything pops up out of it, I'll probably record it, or I'll wait till he's done and then start recording it from the beginning.
All right.
But,
All right, cool, guys.
yeah,
See you
blessings.
soon. Well, I'll
Easy.
figure out the logistics and stuff. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. I'll keep it up. All right, bye.
Yeah, for sure.
Later. Peace.